To order, and I'm going to ask the clerk to conduct a roll call.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Bateman.
Here.
Councillor Campion. Councillor Kiokio. Councillor Crater. Councillor Davies.
I'm here.
Councillor Diodati.
I'm here.
Councillor Easton.
Present.
Councillor Foster.
Present.
Councillor Gale.
I'm here.
Councillor Ganan.
Present.
Councillor Grant. Councillor Height. Oh, he's away. Councillor Hewson.
Present.
Councillor Encina.
Present.
Councillor Yip.
Present.
Councillor Jordan.
I'm here.
Councillor Junkin. Councillor Kaiser. Councillor Morocco. Councillor Redicott. Councillor Rigby.
Present.
Councillor Seaborn. Councillor Cisco.
Present.
Councillor Secord.
Present.
Councillor Sorrento.
Present, clerk.
Councillor Steele.
Here.
Councillor Ugolini.
Present.
Councillor Villela.
Present.
Councillor Whalen.
Present.
Councillor Zalepa. Okay, and we have regrets from Councillors Witteveen and Height, Chair.
Thank you very much, clerk. I will now call on Councillor Bateman to read the land acknowledgement statement.
Thank you, Chair. Niagara region is situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Hadawandarunk and the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. The regional municipality of Niagara stands with all Indigenous peoples, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the lands on which we live.
Thank you very much. There was one late delegation request, and a motion is required to permit Alicia Marshall to appear as a delegate respecting the declaration of emergency. Is there a mover and seconder to do so?
Mr.
Councillor
Chair, don't you
Bateman?
have to go to the agenda first?
Pardon?
The agenda changes first?
I'm going on what I see in front of me from the clerk, which is adoption of agenda, addition of items, and I'll go from there. The mover is Councillor Bateman, the seconder, Councillor Kiokio. Would you vote electronically or by hand in the chamber? That has been approved. Now, are there any further additions to the agenda? Councillor Gale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the Audit Committee met on February 13th. However, the Audit Committee minutes and recommendations of the Audit Committee are not on the agenda. Can you explain to Council why, please?
Yes, in consultation with the clerk and with people from finance and with the CAO, we looked at the potential length of the meeting this evening, and a decision was made that only the four committees that meet on Tuesday and Wednesday once a month, the minutes of those would be dealt with. Any other committees that don't meet that often, they would not be on, but they'll be on. That will be on next month. I know, Councillor Gale, you have always had a particular interest in that committee, and I assure you that we will be having those minutes dealt with next month.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. That's an interesting response. When the agenda was removed, there was no professional courtesy to inform the members of the Audit Committee. It seems there is time to receive a CAO report to discuss Niagara Week for an event in May, but there is no time to discuss audit this evening, a proactive performance system to ensure accountability and transparency of our municipal operations. At our last audit meeting, I requested a value for money audit to investigate why raw sewage was discharged from the Crystal Beach wastewater treatment plant. I also asked for an audit of a sewage pipeline that's been blocked in Niagara Falls possibly for years, resulting in significant costs hiring private sewage haulers to truck sewage to the wastewater treatment plants. And a third audit to determine how we purchased a $600,000 sewage vacuum vehicle only to send the vehicle for modification because it was not specified properly. These are important audits that we need to proceed with, in addition to the other business of the audit committee, such as the 2021 long-term care home annual report audit, which was forwarded to the audit committee by the Public Health and Social Services in September of last year. This audit is a mandatory provincial audit. I want to identify the importance this administration places on audits. We abolished the internal audit division, removed our checks and balances of our tax dollars. We terminated or repurposed our internal auditors. Then we took about 2 years to rehire an employee responsible for audits. And this year, at our first meeting, committee members had to ask staff for annual audit plan report, a simple process that was neglected to be done. Then we have a regional council meeting to discuss a regional budget of $1.5 billion, and we defer our audit business because it doesn't receive a high priority over a $30,000 reception at Queen's Park. Our priorities are misaligned. This is simply not an appropriate way to conduct municipal business and be accountable to taxpayers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for that speech, Councillor Gale. We appreciate your contribution at all times. There's no sinister thing going on here. There's no conspiracy going on. It's simply a matter of, we have budget tonight. We'll spend a lot of time on budget. So we only did those 4 committees. If there are any other committee, will not have been dealt with, but I want to assure you that the next meeting of council, the minutes of the audit committee will be there, and we'll be looking forward with anticipation to your active participation at that time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, I never said sinister, you did, so thank you.
Well, there's an implication there, so
Oh, okay.
but I will,
Thank
I'll avoid getting into that. Anyway, thank you very much for your contribution, and I do look forward to next meeting of council where those minutes will be dealt with, and we will look forward to your very active participation at that time. Thank you. Oh, I should mention as well, in regard to the Queen's Park week that we're having, invitations have to go out, things have to start moving right now, which is why we're dealing with that. It won't take long, but it is why we're dealing with that this evening. So next, are there any further additions to agenda? I see none. Any changes to the order of items? The agenda? None. So is there a mover and seconder to adopt the agenda as amended? It was amended by the person we're going to hear from. The mover is going to be Councillor Encina. The seconder is going to be Councillor Yip. Any discussion? I'll ask you to vote electronically at home and here in the chamber by hand. The clerk informs me the motion has carried. Is there a pecuniary interest that anyone has to reveal to us? Councillor Gale.
My show tonight, Mr. Chair. Public Health, COM 3-2023, long-term care. I have a daughter-in-law that works in there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Any others? Okay, then we'll go on to presentations. There are no presentations. Chair's remarks and announcements and remarks. First of all, I want to welcome everyone who is here in the chambers and those participating online to tonight's meeting of Regional Council. I know there are a number of people who watch online. And before I begin the report, I would like to once again acknowledge and thank Niagara's public works staff, both here at the region and our local area municipalities, for their efforts in tackling last night's winter storm. I think it's fair to say that despite the abnormally mild winter we have experienced so far this year, our public works professionals and emergency personnel have risen to the challenge when they've been called upon to tackle some of the most significant weather events we have experienced in recent years. And I want to say at this point, it's very understandable, for instance, that a number of members of council have chosen to be on Zoom this evening, because certainly the weather conditions were predicted to be not that bad, and it's quite slippery out there. I wanted to mention that we have some positive economic news for our region that I think all of us are aware of by now. On Monday, General Motors Canada announced a significant investment in its St. Catharines propulsion plant, which will see the Glendale Avenue facility begin production of drive motors for GM's new generation of electric vehicles. Not only does this investment help support 500 jobs and provide Niagara with a major presence in the electric vehicle sector, it also represents a significant vote of confidence in our local workforce and plant leadership. I want to congratulate everyone involved in this initiative and say that traditionally I think we have been very proud of the plant that is here in St. Catharines in the regional municipality of Niagara. The workforce there is top notch. They've always been highly efficient. They've been commended by General Motors and others in the auto industry for their great performance. So it's nice to see that they've been rewarded in this particular way with a future contract. A couple of the events that I represent Regional Council last meeting. One was the Once and For All wrap-up celebration. On Thursday, January 26, I attended the Once and For All wrap-up celebration for the 2022 Canada Summer Games. I want to thank the Niagara Host Society for the informative overview and presentation, which highlighted the successes of the last summer's games and the legacy that they've established for Niagara, and there were members of Regional Council present at that time as well. I want to thank the members of the St. Catharines Business Club for inviting me to speak to their membership on Wednesday, February 8th, where I provided an update on Regional Council initiatives and engaged in informative discussions with members of the business community. I understand their next guest speaker is going to be Mayor Matt Cisco, and I know they said they were awaiting with great anticipation for his presentation on that occasion. On Monday, February 13, I met with MPP Sam Usarov to brief him on Niagara's pre-budget submission to the province and discuss issues of importance to municipalities, and particularly those of us in the Niagara region. He provided us with information, we provided him with information. It was the most useful meeting. I was honored to represent Regional Council at the state funeral for former Mississauga Mayor Hazel McCallion, which was held on February 14. Mayor McCallion was a trailblazer, tireless public servant leader, and tenacious advocate for her community, and she will certainly be missed, not only in Mississauga, but throughout all of Ontario and all of Canada. And those of you who had a chance to meet Hazel over the years will realize that the name Hurricane Hazel really did fit, and she was a person who lived up to that title right up to her last days. She would have been on February 14th, 102, and I say she was a dynamo for sure, and many of us in different capacities have had to deal with her. And those of us at the local level have been pleased, no matter what municipality you're from, that she was there to speak on behalf of municipalities as well. Last Friday, I participated in the Ontario Ministry of Finance's 2023 budget discussions, which were held in Vineland. During my presentation, I outlined a few of Niagara's key priorities for the province to consider as they prepare the 2023 budget, which I understand is going to be presented in the legislature later this month. These include financial support for the new wastewater treatment plant in South Niagara Falls, new investment and partnership with the province to help address the chronic EMS offload delays at Niagara's hospitals, and financial support to help advance local efforts to enhance and modernize the delivery of municipal services through a shared services model between the upper and lower tiers. Also, we submitted at that time and previous to it a written communication. There's an oral one. We're permitted 3 minutes, so it's difficult to get all of our asks in then, but we did present a printed one to them as well. The 2023 State of the Region address, I'm informed, will be held on Wednesday, April 12th at the Niagara Falls Convention Center. Tickets are available by visiting the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce website at gncc.ca. This is sponsored by the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce each and every year. Earlier today, nominations opened for the 2023 Niagara Impact Awards, which recognize individuals, businesses, and nonprofit organizations for their contributions to improving the overall quality of life in Niagara. This year, I'm pleased to announce that the prestigious T. Roy Adams Humanitarian of the Year Award has become part of the Niagara Impact Awards. Nominations close on March 24th, and recipients will be announced during the regional chair's 2023 State of the Region address in April. Please visit niagararegion.ca for more information. And finally, on a lighter note, I want to send out congratulations to Niagara Region's H2S Water Wastewater Hockey Team for their recent success at the Port Colborne Sports Fest Mayor's Cup Tournament on February 12. I understand that this dramatic come-from-behind championship victory included our Niagara Region team scoring 3 goals in the final 5 minutes to force overtime, was decided, believe it or not, in a shootout. I want to thank Mayor Steele and his crew in Port Colborne for hosting yet another highly successful sports fest on Niagara's south coast. And I have a trophy here that am I presenting it to you, Ron? Okay. Oh, Mayor Steele. What do you have to say first, Mayor Steele? You were the host.
Yes, I was, and it was actually a good game. Unfortunately, with all the stuff going on that weekend, I wasn't able to play that game, so that's probably the reason why your team beat us. Anyways, congratulations. It was the division that the region was in with the City of Port Colborne team was really good all around. 4 good teams, a lot of fun. But all in all the divisions were close, and all the teams had fun. So that's the whole idea, is to get the city moving that weekend and getting people involved. And we thank all the groups that put on events across Port Colborne. So, and again, Ron, congratulations to you guys. I apologize for not being there, but the weather down here is not the greatest. So I decided to via Zoom this evening. So thank you, Chair. Appreciate it.
I have the trophy being presented to me by the CAO, doing it on behalf of our team. So if you want to recognize with a round of applause our region team, you may do so. All right, now we go to the next item, which is delegations. And motion respecting declarations of emergency for homelessness, mental health, and opioid addiction. I will call on Alicia Marshall, resident of the city of St. Catharines, for the delegation. And as always, I will remind you of the 10-minute time limit. And after that, we'll have questions for the delegate. You may proceed, Ms. Marshall.
Thank you very much, Regional Chair, Council, and staff for allowing me to delegate this evening. My name is Alicia Marshall. I'm a lifelong resident of St. Catharines. I absolutely love my city and I love my region. Homelessness, addiction, and mental health is very important to me. Not only do I have lived experience, but I also work in the field. I'm here before you today to plead to you. So here is my plea. I know declaring a state of emergency on mental health, addiction, and homelessness is not going to create more funding. I know that this is not going to add more money into the pockets or into the agencies here in the region. I understand that many councillors feel that this may be pointless, that this is just symbolic. I'm here to tell you that it is not pointless. I'm here to tell you in actuality, by not declaring a state of emergency, you as council are sending a negative message to the community. Not only our most vulnerable members of the community, but to the hardworking staff that day in and day out deal with the effects of the crisis and the emergency that is happening in our community. It really shouldn't be this hard to have our voices heard. And when I say our voices, I mean the voices of all the frontline staff working in our social service agencies, nonprofits within the shelter system, who day in and day out deal with the trauma and the crisis from our clients as a direct result of homelessness, addiction, and mental health. When I say our voices, I am saying those that are living rough, those that are living in and out of the shelter system, suffering from mental health and addiction. Many of those spend the night on a cot on a church floor. At 7 a.m., they are asked to leave no matter what the weather is. They spend the day trying to find a place to stay, a place to go to the washroom, a place to shower, a place to find food, only to turn around to go back to that shelter by 7 o'clock that night in order to ensure that they can have a cot on a floor at a church. When I say our voices, I'm talking about the peer support workers who are working in our health system, who are working in our emergency departments, that are providing support for those most vulnerable who are coming into our emergency departments, who have come in for a mental health crisis, opioid poisoning, suicide attempts, and so much more. Quite often, we as peer workers are saying to our clients coming in, there is no place for you to go. I know that you just had an overdose. You've spent the last 6 hours in emergency. There is not a shelter bed for you. Out of the cold is full. Here is a bus ticket. Here I am to the person who had a suicide attempt, who has spent a couple days in PERT in the emergency, being discharged to his homeless. Where do they go? Where do they go? This is a crisis. I don't know any way more to explain how this is not a crisis. When I talk about our voices, I am talking about the dozens and dozens of families I'm talking about the dozens of families who buried their loved ones last year to opioid poisoning. I'm talking about the number of grandparents that are raising their grandchildren because their children have died to opioid poisoning. I'm talking about the hundreds of children that are in our child protective services because they have lost their parents to addiction and to mental health. If this is not a state of emergency, then I ask you what is. I seriously am asking council, if this is not a state of emergency, please tell me how many more of my friends have to die. Please tell me how many more of my clients have to die. Please tell me how many more suicides have to happen in order for this council to declare a state of emergency on mental health, addiction, and homelessness. Declaring a state of emergency can help counselors develop a mindset of compassion and understanding when making budgeting and policy making decisions. It holds accountability to the other levels of government. We're not asking for much, just to say that you hear our voices, you hear our struggles. We know that you can't give us more money, but what you can say is we recognize your hard work. And although we can't give you those monies, we can fight and do whatever we can in order to support you. So today I beg of you to hear our voices and declare that state of emergency. Thank you again for giving me this opportunity to delegate. The end.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and we will have anyone who has a question now. I will go to members of council. Councillor Keogh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for your presentation. It's probably one of the reasons why I brought that motion forward, because I heard so many stories like yourself, the stories you've given today, and it is heartbreaking, and I just, I guess my question was to you, was how important would the agencies and the people accept a state of emergency? And I think you've answered that question. I don't think I have to ask that again. But the questions that were asked of me in the past while was, what's your expectation if you bring this forward? And I know the funding level, we talked about that, and this, discussed it at council. I've discussed with so many people. Well, you're not going to get funding. You're not going to get funding. But it's the awareness that we're bringing forward. But some councils have the think that there's an expectation after this, and of course there's an expectation. When you bring a motion forward, there's an expectation. Of course, there's an expectation. So my question to you, and since you work with agencies and you deal with the people, and I'm sure the conversations have taken place in this past month, as I've had several conversations, numerous calls. In your opinion, what would you expect after this motion of council? I know what my expectation is after this, but what are you hearing, and what is the agency's expectation? What are the people's expectation after this?
Through you, Chair. I would say I can't necessarily speak for all the agencies, but what I can speak on behalf of is the frontline workers and my colleagues who day in and day out fight the barriers, fight through all the moving parts, who constantly feel a sense of defeat from the system, that we need that recognition. And by declaring a state of emergency, you're saying that our voices are being heard, that we know you are doing everything possible and we are doing everything possible. And if that means declaring a state of emergency, then that's what we're going to do. As for my clients, constantly hear, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. You know, they are called lowlifes, drug addicts, scum. They're never going to make of anything of themselves. And I get emotional because that was me 12 years ago, living in a shelter, trying to get clean from narcotics, being told that I wasn't good enough, you know, and I turned my life around because I had access to services. You know, I think people need to be heard. And it's been years now, we all see the increase of homelessness and addiction and mental health and the havoc that it's creating in families and within our community. Sometimes all people need is to be heard. It's not always about the money. It's just to be heard. And that would be my expectation of regional council, is to be heard.
Great. I think that through you, Mr. Chair, you've answered my next question, why this isn't so important to you, but I can see why. You're right. I'm with you. I'm hoping this evening we can declare this dedicated as an emergency. Funding, hopefully, come with it, but I'll speak more to it later on. But I thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Keogh. Councillor Valala is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick comment. I can say a comment without a question, right, at this time? I'm going to say
These are for questions, but sometimes I know that comments work their way into it, so
well,
I'll
kind of,
listen
sort of.
carefully. Go ahead.
I just want, actually, it's important to me to say this. So I want to thank you for coming. I've been able to follow you for the last little while. I know you're dedicated. I know you have come with lived experience. And I love to hear people that have lived it, rather than have a group of people make a decision on something that they've never experienced. So my question to you is, I know your question to me was, do we hear you? My answer is, I hear you. Thank you.
Go ahead. You may answer.
Oh, was there a question there? Oh, yes. The end.
That was a legitimate question. I agree with you. Do you have anything further, Councillor Valala?
No, thank you, Chair. Finished.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gale is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Alicia, for being here. And I see Stephen Sues, who also helped you combined on this, I think, is in the audience behind you. But Councillor Chiocho asked the first question I had, and I had, where does it go from here? My next question is, what have other municipalities done or regions done? Are they doing this as well?
Through you, Chair, great question. I can tell you that there's 443 other municipalities, and Niagara Regional Council has the unique opportunity to be the forefront in this. You know, one of the councillors I heard make a comment, well, no other municipality of the 443 have done anything. So I would say, can you just imagine if Niagara took this and went ahead and we had the other 443 municipalities standing behind us? Wow, wouldn't that be an amazing message to other levels of government?
So do you have an avenue, through you, Chair, do you have an avenue to send your, if the motion is passed tonight, which I presume it will be, do you have an avenue to send this to other municipalities or a group that you're with?
I am through you, Chair. I'm not here on any group. I am totally here by myself. I'm not working with anybody. I'm not working with any agency. I'm not affiliated with anybody. I am here as a citizen of St. Catharines who loves her city and loves her region. And I'm committed to this, and I have been for a long time, and whatever it takes going forward, and I would look to my regional councils for direction on where to submit anything to any other municipality, I would do that.
So I was going to ask you a question about opioid addiction and the stats around here, but I'm wrong. You're just here as you're here as a citizen, and you probably wouldn't have the answer to my question, or should I try?
You could try.
Okay. About 6 years ago, in my first term, we led the province in opioid addiction, especially St. Catharines area on it. When I was on the police board, we had the stats on it then. Is it still that way? Is it coming down?
Through you, Chair. So any stats, Councillor Gale, that I would give you would be stats that I would find off of Niagara Regional's website. So I would, hope that council would be familiar with some of those stats. I can tell you that in the last year, it says that there has been more of a decline, but your suicide rate is up, with one person every 9 days committing suicide. When you ask about reasons why there would be the less number of overdoses, it's because there's more education and prevention on overdoses, including the use of the CTS site in St. Catharines. There's also been a larger number of distribution of Noxolone kits that are being handed out within the community. So although statistically you may notice in the last 6 months, because your stats are only up to date until June of 2022 on your site. So for those 6 months, you would really have to take a look at a lot of different contributing factors into that. Statistics don't always necessarily give the whole picture. There's many reasons into that, the complexities of it.
So I'm sorry to ask you the question about opioid addiction when this encompasses a lot more than that, but that's what I was keying on, and you have a lot of information. Don't belittle yourself that you don't. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Morocco is next.
Thank you, Chair. A number of my questions have already been answered by two of the councillors. But obviously, Alicia, just want to say thank you. You're very passionate about that. But the question that I have is almost related to what Councillor Gill was talking about in the numbers. The numbers have not declined. I mean, over the couple of years that we've seen in stats. So what you're saying, and as a citizen, you sure have a lot of information, and you're almost in the same as Stephen when he came and presented. He also provided so much information, and he's also been a part of the services. So from your perspective, you're seeing the decline in that. Maybe it's due to some of the services that are there, but to me, I think even one is too many overdose or poisoning. So are you seeing that from the patients or people that you're seeing or that you're hearing with the group, because you actually have a lot of knowledge? Is there a little movement down?
I don't have for you, Chair, I don't have statistical information. From what I'm seeing, no. The only thing that I'm seeing less of as working in the emergency department is the more people recovering from an overdose because of more people using Narclone and not using alone and utilizing services like the CTS. But no, there's no drastic decline or, at all.
To the chair, and just to make a point, our numbers have been up in the thousands, and they've only increased. If there was a slight decrease, it's been very minimal. So I have to say thank you so much for sharing your comments and your passion. I feel the same way as you do. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Secord is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is a broad one in that having many agencies that are involved in seeing this on a day-to-day basis. I have a son-in-law who's a forensics police officer, and what he sees, I hear. Firefighters that I know, I hear from them. I hear from different agencies on what's happening. Do you feel, as a citizen and as well someone that's been involved, that there is a lack of a strategy to deal with this on a throughout the region? And do you feel possibly that it should be the region's responsibility to bring people together to come up with a strategy to deal with this?
Through you, Chair. From my understanding and from what I've written, like the region does have a homeless strategy. You have a plan for homelessness. We're working on, building for zero homelessness here in Niagara and really across the country. I think that the Niagara region, the council here is a group of really smart people. And I think that there's an opportunity here to spearhead the conversations needed in order to address the situation and bring it forward to other levels of government. We need to come forth on a united front in order to do that. We're definitely not the only region experiencing this. This is definitely happening across the country, happening across the US as well. But we need to be a united front. This is happening here in our region.
Would you agree that what we're doing now isn't working?
Through you, Chair, I wouldn't go that far to say that. I think that the region has a great plan for homelessness. I think that the region wants to do a lot more than what it is doing, but its hands are tied because of funding. I work closely with a lot of people from the region, and I know that their hearts are in the right place, that they want to do more. I don't think anybody around here denies that homelessness and addiction and mental health are wreaking havoc upon our community. Does that make sense?
I guess it does, but from my point of view, and I'm someone, I really have never had to deal with addiction, thank God. Never really had to deal with mental health, thank God again, and homelessness again. But I see it on the streets. I see it in our city. I'm well traveled. I've been to many countries, and I don't see the problem. I see it here.
Through you, is that a question there?
If you wish to respond
It's
to
just
that.
a comment. Sorry, I had to cut that off because the dog was going crazy.
Yeah, I can hear the dog, okay.
I felt like there was a question. Through you, Chair. When it comes to homelessness, addiction, and mental health, I think the one thing that's really important for people to understand is that homelessness is usually the direct result of addiction and mental health. So when we put the funds into prevention, that helps as well. I mean, I could go on and on and on, but when we start looking at safe supply, decriminalization, housing first programs, there's lots of different options that are available there, and the region is well on its way. And I know it really comes down to funding.
Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate your presentation, and I'm going to do whatever I can to with council to help this. It's something I need to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bateman is next.
Thank you, Chair Bradley. Thank you so much for your presentation. What a privilege it is to sit across from you and learn from you. I just want to acknowledge what an incredible leadership moment it is to stand before council and your entire region and speak about your lived experience. That is, I'm in awe that you you've done so and you care enough to do so, because I know that it will create change by doing so. So if you're willing, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, I know you are here on your own accord. I want to make that very clear, but could you tell us a little bit about your work experience in this sector?
Sure. So my full-time job, I have 3. So my full-time job is I run the YWCA Family Shelter, as well as, well, I don't run it, I'm their family shelter advocate. And I am also an intensive case manager with the Homes for Good program through the YWCA. I also work part-time with Niagara Health System at withdrawal management, so those coming into detox from opiates, alcohol, and so forth. And I also work 2 nights a week in our emergency department with Quest as peer support. So anybody who comes into the hospital who's homeless, lives rough, couch surfing, if they come in because they've had an overdose, mental health crisis, wound care, then they would see one of the peer support workers. We would help them through the moving parts of the health system with our main objective to make referrals and hopefully to find them a safe bed upon discharge.
Wow, that's impressive. You and I would consider you a friend. We spoke a lot during the campaign, and I don't say this to flatter you. I don't say this lightly, but you're a very, very impressive person. And we spoke about homelessness just after the new year. We spoke about opioid addiction. We shared a loved one that was lost. Sorry, I don't mean to be coy. That person died. You've told me that you have a lot of volunteer experience too. Would you be able to tell us a little bit about that?
I'm sure a few of us will remember back in St. Catharines a few years ago, there was really a lot of people committing suicide. And so a lady by the name of Wendy Dugan and Colleen Mayer started the Niagara United, and I volunteered with them. And at that time, Colleen and I would bridge sit. So we would go out at nighttime and we would sit on the bridge so that if anybody was coming across that may be in crisis, that we would be able to be there to provide support. So we did that every night until the rails went up. So in just my own volunteer, like not with any agency, but whenever I can, I'm always going down to the warming centers, bringing coffee, just going down to out of the cold. Because I work pretty close to there, I'm often just going to touch base and make contact and do what I can. I sat on the board of directors with Positive Living Niagara for 3 years and Arid Recovery Homes. It's part of my recovery, and it's part of who I am to give back and to be of service to others.
Thank you for all of that. I knew about the warming centers and all that work that you've done and continue to do, but I wasn't aware that you were one of those people that sat on the bridge to support somebody should they need it. So that's a really good example of what funding and infrastructure could do to prevent some of these deaths, and that was right here at council. So from me to you, thank you so very, very much for taking time out of your very busy schedule to come here and speak to this. I wish I had more to say, but just thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I meant all that through you, Chair. Sorry.
Thank you very much. I have Councillor Rigby next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation today. And when we have the report from Public Health and the presentation or the results that they have looked at and have recommended to us, have you read that through?
I have read so much
okay.
through there, yes.
Okay, so are you somewhat comfortable with what they are recommending, other than they haven't recommended to call an emergency at this point? Are you comfortable with that part of it?
I am comfortable.
Okay.
I mean, declaring the state of emergency.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was once a mayor, and I did have to call a state of emergency, and it isn't easy. So I respect what you're asking for, I think I will need a little more information, but that's certainly up to this council to decide. And I appreciate what you've done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no other names on the screen. I see no other hands up at this time. So I thank our delegate very much for your very good presentation this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We now move to item number 8, which is the dealing with the council minutes of Thursday, January 19, 2023. Is there a mover and seconder to have this on the floor? We'll have Councillor Rigby and Councillor Morocco. Is there anybody have any discussion of this? Anybody wish to speak to it? Councillor Houston.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to speak to the closed session minutes. So if we approve this now, does it approve what's in the closed session?
Clerk?
Through you, Chair, yes, it would. Are you?
Okay.
Is there a specific, one of the specific minutes or both of them?
Yeah, 8.1.
So the minutes from January 19th?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can lift the closed minutes for those and deal with them in closed session.
Thank you.
Okay. Any others wish to have anything to say or questions or suggestions? Okay, then I'm going to ask you to vote on these minutes then. All in favor of the minutes? And it appears that it has passed. The next one is the council minutes of the special meeting. Pardon? Both, okay. So it is of both. The clerk has indicated we did both of those. So we now go to item number 9.1, correspondence. And Councillor Cisco, would you move the motion to receive the correspondence items? And Councillor Grant, would you be prepared to second that? Any discussion? If not, I will ask you to vote on those now by hand in the chamber, electronically at home. The clerk informs me the motion is carried. Number 10, under items for consideration, request for appointments to the Procedural Bylaw Committee and Audit Committee. So you see the motion before you. And would Councillor Davies, would you be prepared to move that?
Yes, I will.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Easton, would you be prepared to second this to put on? Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Yes, the clerk wishes to indicate something.
Thank you, Chair. Since the time that this memo was put on the agenda, I'll just flag that both Councillors Villela and Yip reached out wanting to be also appointed to Audit Committee, so the recommendation does include their appointment as well. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Any discussion? If not, I'll ask you to vote. Those in favor, raise your hand. And at home, you can raise your hand, press the right button or the button that says no. The green button is yes, the red button is no. And the clerk informs me the motion has carried. Then we go to 10.2, public member appointment to Niagara Police Services Board and Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. Councillor Foster, would you move that report? Councillor Sorrento, would you second the report? Thank you. Discussion.
Chair, can I speak again?
The clerk wishes to inform us.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Councillor Foster and Sorrento, just confirming that you're good with the names that were outlined in Appendix 1. So I'm going to put those up on the screen.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you.
So the names will come on the screen. will see on the motion the names that are on the screen. Okay, you see the names. Any discussion? If not, I'll ask you to vote. Whatever way you wish. All in favor in this chamber? Hands up, and at home, the appropriate button. The motion has carried. And next will be the committee reports open session. 11.1 Budget Review Committee of the Whole. And this was from Thursday, January 19, 2023. Councillor Redekop, would you move the motion? And Councillor Whalen, would you second the motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Any discussion? Councillor Gale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On January 5th, during the discussion of the capital budget, which listed approximately 150 projects for about 228 million, I asked to see 150 projects listed by priority. I also asked for a list of projects in previous years and identify which projects were completed, which were ongoing, and which projects were not yet started. I voted against the capital budget because I did not have all the information to make an informed decision. No bylaw has yet been approved for the capital budget. I see it's listed as item 18.2 in tonight's agenda. The budget chair, Mayor Redekop, stated, and I quote, "The approval would be pending the final receipt of all of the budgets and then move towards approving the bylaw." The Commissioner of Corporate Services indicated he would send me the information. He stated, quote, "I would think for the week we are doing the levy budget on February 6th, I could have something that would assist and then still be in the window that council has to make a final decision. Because we are talking about transfers to capital, it would be at the time of the levy budget." So my first question is, Mr. Chair, where is the capital budget proposed on January 5th? The capital budget is not listed on the agenda. How could we not receive the $228 million expenditure and blindly approve bylaw 18.2?
Mr. Harrison?
Thank you, Chair. The listing of all the projects were clearly identified in the first meeting where the capital budget was approved. The discussion that night of projects that were not started occurred. It was clarified that evening. A memo was sent out January 19th of that I highlighted in the Q3 report because that is where it reports all of the status, the best status that we have at the end of Q3 of all the capital projects that are underway or approved and not started. And so the actual capital budget was addressed in the first meeting, and that's when all of the projects and all of the opportunities to discuss all of these was done. And the motion that night was to approve the capital budget subject to bylaw approval tonight.
Thank you. My second question is to the Chair of Budget, should he wish to respond. You said we would have the opportunity to have a final say when we get all the budgets for the final bylaw, such as tonight. Is that still your position?
Councillor Redekop.
Absolutely.
Okay. My final question is to the Commissioner of Corporate Services. I asked for the information on January 5th. I was clear in my ask, and I requested the 150 capital projects for 2023 be listed by priority. I also asked for the previous years a list of projects that have been completed, those that are ongoing, and those that have yet been started. Not an aggregate financial number of the projects, but the actual projects listed. I asked again on February 16th by email. Then I sent another email on February 17th. Still not receiving anything, I sent a third email on February 21st. On February 22nd, yesterday, at 5:06 p.m., I received a one-page chart which listed the financial aggregate of the projects. That was not what I requested. Again, the email you sent tonight, a couple of hours ago, was not completely what I requested because there was still no priority ranking. Let me ask for the fifth time. I would like a list of the 2023 capital projects listed by priority. And for the previous years, I would like a list of the projects, a list, not the financial sum of all the projects, but a list of all the projects that were completed, projects that are ongoing, and projects that have yet been started. Why is this information not being sent?
Commissioner?
So I'll deal with the second question. The listing that you're asking for with regard to the status of all the projects that are underway is included in the document that was in the Q3 report. What I sent yesterday was the summary, but I also provided the link with instructions to identify, that would take you to the pages in the Q3 report that you could go through each of the projects that the region has underway. And it identified which projects have not been initiated as well, which I believe is what the answer to your question was. The prioritized listing was a discussion that came up last week at the meeting. Unfortunately, we had a very short week, and I had a number of different items, and I apologize for late coming out. The projects are listed in their priority of the ones that were funded, and the projects that were not funded, which was what also was asked, that are going to be carried over for consideration of the 24 number is in that summary that I sent out as well.
So thank you for that. So just to be clear, you're saying that the third quarter report that you referred to had the individual projects, when they were started, whether they were completed, the individual projects.
Yes, and that information, the same information was sent out on January 19th.
So, Mr. Chair, we need to make an informed decision. The local municipalities have already sent their interim tax bill last month. There is absolutely no rush to approve such an unaffordable tax hike tonight. Until I get the information that I have politely asked for multiple times, I cannot support the budget as it is. Barring and hoping a councillor here defers the capital budget for us to get this information, I propose an amendment to the levy rate recommendation. I cannot identify the projects because staff have not provided me with the information. My motion is to lower the capital budget from 228 million to 212 million, removing the low priority capital projects, which lower the levy by approximately 3%. That's my motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Anne Marie, would you like me to say that again?
Through you, Chair. So, Councillor Gale, what's currently on the floor is the budget minutes from January 19th, which strictly dealt with the transit budget. So I'm assuming your motion is actually going to be related to the minutes from last week?
For the capital budget?
Correct.
Correct, but there is no item for the capital budget tonight.
There is. So the minutes from last week are on the council agenda as item 11.8. So that's where you'd want to bring this up.
Okay, I have no problem. I'll bring that motion up then. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Campion?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was getting worried there that I had identified the wrong one, but I have the right one. So I would like to, sorry, I've got two computers going here. So it's minute item number 5.1, which relates to the approval of the Niagara Transit Commission budget be received and then approved. I recall we were trying to approve that at the that meeting. It was fortunately put over so we could get further information. And as you recall, I was trying to make an amendment at the last meeting. So I do wish to make an amendment to that. Unfortunately, I haven't had a chance to send that through to the clerk just due to time constraints, but I'll read it slowly, but I think the clerk can get the gist of it through you, Mr. Chair. So my amendment would be to 5.1 prior to the paragraph that says that be approved. So I'd like to amend it that $4 million be transferred from the capital reserve to the operations, and that the levy to the lower area municipalities be reduced to reflect this. And that would be $4 million that's been allocated to capital from the provincial gas tax. So I'm not sure how we would want to word that. Maybe the clerk could help with that, but that's my intention, is to put more money into, take money out of what's being reserved from the provincial gas tax and put it towards operations to the tune of $4 million. And through you, Chair, if the clerk wants clarification, that's fine.
Do you wish any clarification, clerk?
I think I've got it. Just give me a second to get it up, Chair.
Okay, the clerk's going to get it on the screen for us. When we see it on the screen, I'll ask if there's a seconder for the motion. Clerk is almost finished, Councillor Campion, and we'll have it on the screen momentarily.
Certainly, it's my fault. I didn't have time to send that through. Thank you, Chair.
Understandably so. And we have it on the screen now. It says that the motion be amended as follows: that the Niagara Transit Commission 2023 operating budget be approved with a $4 million transfer from capital reserves to the operating budget, and that the levy to the local area municipalities be lowered to reflect this. Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Kyoko has seconded the motion. And also Councillor Valala was, I want to mention, was volunteering to second the motion, just so we know that it was a, and I just saw his hand in front of yours, Councillor Valala. So it has been moved and seconded. Speakers to the motion: Councillor Cisco.
Well, Chair,
Oh,
first of
all, you go ahead, Councillor Campion.
Yeah,
then we'll go to
you.
Councillor Cisco.
Yeah. No, I appreciate, yeah, I did want to speak to it.
Sure.
I'm not going to belabor this. I've spoken about it many, many times. This is a unique year in a couple of ways. Number one, we have an extremely high regular tax levy coming through, and we're still coming out of the pandemic, and we're feeling the effects of that, particularly in the transit side. The special levy for transit is another cost being levied by the Niagara region. It's going to be sent to the Niagara Transit Commission, which is going to also add to that number. And it is at the stage that this is unaffordable for many, many people within our region. It's incumbent upon us to ensure that we can do everything that we can to make it more affordable. Now is not the time, and we're going to hear, I'm sure, from the speaker after me, that it's imperative that we put this money into reserves for that. My belief is that it's not imperative. It's imperative for us to reduce the cost to the regional taxpayers and the regional people who are funding Niagara Regional Transit. This is an opportunity to do that. This is money that we have received from an upper level of government. It can be used for operations. It's because of the unique times that we're in. I think we need to reduce it. And this is a very simple way of doing it. And on top of all of that, I'm hoping, but I also expect that the provincial government will provide some funding to help all of the municipalities that operate transits to carry on because of the lost revenues or reduced revenues that we were seeing because of the lack of ridership and getting people back onto the back into the transit system, utilizing it. So it's going to take us time to get there, and it's very expensive to do that. And I believe that the province has a responsibility to assist with that. So if and when that money comes in, that can be put into replace the money that we've taken out of the capital. Say, I won't go on and on about it. It's a simple request. I think it's a good one, and I think it's a very responsible one. And as they say, we got to put money in there into capital. We don't have to. We can survive a year, and potentially we will be replacing that funding anyway. So I'm asking councillors to please support this. It's in the best interests of the people of the entire Niagara region. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Campion. The Commissioner of Finance has asked for a clarification, so perhaps I'll ask him if he can ask you for clarification, if you will. So sure. Go ahead, Todd.
So thank you, Chair. The motion to use not capital reserves but provincial gas tax, I see that's been changed in the motion. The question then becomes, because there's three parts to the levy, which would include the local share, the regional portion, or the items that have been unsustainable revenues offsets that have been transferred to us. I need clarification for that motion, and it might be useful. I know that the board chair or the board general manager, I should say, is here, and she may clarify what the impact would be of the utilization of gas tax to offset operating budget.
Do you have any response there, Councillor Campion?
Yes, excuse me. Yes, it would relate to the cost of the three municipalities who have been providing that. We are now paying much more because of the fact that the operations are more expensive, because it's been increased because there's not enough revenue coming from the ridership, and that's going to carry on until the ridership comes back. So that's the purpose of it, is to reduce those costs on the operating side, to replace the funding that's being basically deemed to not be coming in because of the reduced ridership. I don't know if that clarifies it for Mr. Harrison.
I believe so, yes.
Commissioner Harrison, sorry.
I believe that motion is that it would impact the three services that well in St. Catharines and Niagara Falls.
Correct.
I now have on the screen Councillor Cisco.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to the amendment. I do appreciate the foreshadowing of my arguments, and I will applaud the persistence of my colleagues from Welland. I will reiterate, and it's something that I think is important to say. It's not a sustainable way to operate transit by using provincial gas tax to fund operations. It's not best practice. It's not something that is done anywhere else. And it's important to also recognize those provincial gas tax dollars are being set aside, which I think is proper, for the capital needs and the capital requirements of the new transit service. That service has very large capital needs over the next decade. And Ms. Stout has come and she has presented and she has explained why taking money out of the provincial gas tax will undercut those capital needs. So I don't think it's a simple thing to take money out with the hope that perhaps the province will come forward with additional funding. I think it's important to properly fund Niagara Region Transit from the get-go. And ultimately, that's my main point. If we make a change like this, we are wrong-footing the Niagara Transit Commission from the very start. This is our first budget. we need the funding that has been identified by the exceptional staff that we have hired and put in places of management. As the acting chair, I've had the opportunity to be a part of this budget process all the way from the beginning, along with several of my colleagues here in the chamber and the municipal councilors. This budget makes sense for the Transit Commission. It's going to give the Transit Commission the best opportunity to find success quickly. And I would implore my colleagues to vote against the amendment. Again, I applaud the persistence of my colleagues from Welland, but this is not the right way to begin our transit service. We need to ensure that the provincial gas tax dollars are going to the capital side of this equation, because it is going to be a big bill over the course of the next decade. We've identified the shortfall already and are working with our federal and provincial counterparts to try and identify funding that may be applicable to our operations to deal with that capital shortfall. But in the beginning, we need to ensure that those operating dollars are coming from the appropriate place and are not siphoning away from that capital need. So again, I would really implore my colleagues to vote against this amendment and leave the transit budget as it was approved originally.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rigby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that what our mayor has already indicated is something that I certainly agree to, because whenever gas tax has come into being, it's been very clear that funding would be capital funding. And despite the good concept of ideas that trying to reduce the immediate cost now, I believe we have to face the facts, and we have to continue and should continue to go along with what has been recommended by the previous budget. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zalepa is next.
Thanks, Chair. So the dilemmas in front of municipal councils for improperly funding capital is it's roosted with us, that's for sure. Regional council and many municipalities struggle with their capital budgets because of improper funding for historical reasons. I agree with Councillor Cisco. You got to get off on the right foot. There's been a proper analysis done on what's needed for capital. I just would ask one question to the commissioner, if I could, through you, Chair. If funding is directed from capital towards the operating for the Transit Commission, and next year the decision is to put the funds back into the capital, there's a full request on the levy to replace that 4 million. Correct, Commissioner?
Commissioner Harrison.
The NTC is a separate entity, so the NTC would have to replace come to council to replace that money that's being offset. Again, I think Mike made my comments known on the use of reserve money or property gas tax money to offset operating is not what I would suggest is the best practices.
Yeah, no, so thank you for that, and I agree with that, and I won't support the amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Villela is next.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I commend the Mayor of Welland. You are if I may say this with all due respect, a dog with a bone, and we appreciate it, and the residents appreciate it. Why I have a little bit of a hard time with this, or a great hard time with this, is amalgamation generally is sold on the fact that it's going to save the taxpayers money. In this particular case, and I know there was a lot of work that was involved in this, and it took a lot of expertise to get it to the point that we're at January 1st, but I can only speak for Welland, and the services have been reduced greatly. The hours of operation of our building is reduced greatly. It's closed on certain days. So we are being inundated with concerns from our constituents, and when they see the amount that they're going to have to pay on their taxes for, once again, my sticking point in every budget, reduced services for extra cost. So I'm having a really difficult time with that. So that being said, I understand it's our first year. I get the whole concept of reserves. I think it's important for long-term stability for the Niagara Regional Transit. But I plead with my councillors, this is not sustainable for the taxpayers of Welland. It is an extreme high cost. And for 1 year, the gas tax, going to this to reduce it by $4 million, I don't know, and unless someone can show me that it's going to adversely, terribly impact the next 20 years of Niagara Regional Transit, then I think it would give the opportunity this year to iron out some of these situations. And I know I've had a discussion with Chair Cisco on it. There are some things that we can do to better the, to better this this situation, but that's going to take time, and I respect that. But we need to buy some time here because we cannot afford it, and the residents of Welland cannot afford it. So yes, we are going at it strong, but it's because we're going at it from I guess a human aspect, not just a fiscal aspect. If this was going to be extremely detrimental to the Niagara Regional Transit, then tell me that. Show me proof of that. But if for 1 year we can defer this in order to help the residents that are going through an extremely rough time, unprecedented rough time, then I would ask for council to please consider it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Redekop.
Thank you, Chair. I can't believe that we went through a budget process. We sat through, I don't know how many meetings, more than I'd want to be in. This $4 million, we can just pretend it's the $6 million that we took out of reserves last year to reduce the tax increase. This $4 million will have to be made up last year because it's operating. And without the operating dollars, you can't deliver the service. So I agree entirely with the Mayor of St. Catharines. This is an opportunity for Niagara. This is the one initiative in the history of the Niagara region that has the potential to draw the communities together and to create what, in my mind, is still a fiction, and that is the Niagara community. So let's not start off on the wrong foot. Let's properly fund this. Let's hope that we can get some additional funding from the province to help alleviate some of the extraordinary charges that the largest 3 municipalities have had to bear. But, you know, this just doesn't make any sense. And if we were paying attention to just that one item, the $6 million from last year, you'll understand why this doesn't make any sense. It's not sustainable. And if this money comes out of the capital, at some point it has to be replenished from the levy that the Niagara Regional Transit Commission will impose in any event. So it's short-term, I guess it's short-term savings, but long-term pain. So I won't support the amendment, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Secord. Councillor Secord, you may be on mute.
Sorry, could you call the question, please, Mr. Chair?
We have no other speakers in any event, so we're in that position. We have heard the discussion. You have the amendment before you. I'll ask for voting. All in favor, raise your hand or vote electronically. And opposed? The clerk informs me the motion is defeated. So, any other discussion of the what we have on the screen? If not, we have a motion on the screen that correspondence item BRC-C 3-2022 being a letter from M. Cisco, Acting Chair, Niagara Transit Commission, dated January 10, 2023, respecting 2023 proposed operating budget, Niagara Transit Commission, be received. and the Niagara Transit Commission 2023 operating budget be approved, subject to bylaw approval. Any discussion of that motion? Okay, then I'll ask you to vote. All in favor of this? Opposed? The motion is carried. So we next go to the balance of the minutes now. We isolated that one. Now we're voting on the balance of the minutes from that meeting. And I'll ask you to vote in favor or against. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. We now go to 11.2, which is the Budget Review Committee of the Whole minutes from Thursday, January 26, 2023. And I'll ask Councillor Redekop to move the motion if he would, and Councillor Whalen to second the motion if he would.
So moved,
Put on the floor. Thank you very much. Any discussion from the Thursday, January 26, 2023 budget? Any discussion? It appears no one has asked to do so, and there was a thorough discussion of it at the meeting. So I'll ask you to all in favor of the motion before us? Opposed? The motion is carried. No. Now we go to the Budget Review Committee of the Whole minutes from Thursday, February 9, 2023. Again, I'll ask Councillor Redekop, would you move the motion? And Councillor Whalen, would you second the motion? Duly moved and seconded. Any discussion from the meeting of February 9, 2023?
Push the button.
Councillor Sorrento.
Thank you, Chair. This is just a procedural question right now, so through you to the clerk, or to the budget chair, Redekop. I think I wanted to lift an item. It was CSD 16. I don't have my glasses. Through you to the clerk. Is this the one where, not, it was the other one, right? So far that, thank you. That's
Okay,
it. My
not
question's been answered.
this one,
Thank you,
fine.
Chairman. Thank you, clerk.
Any other interventions? If not, I will ask you to vote. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. We now go to the Public Works Committee minutes from Tuesday, February 13, 2023. And Councillor Encina, would you move that motion?
Yes, Chair.
Councillor Gale, would you second that motion? Thank you. Duly moved and seconded. Any discussion? If not, I'll ask you all in favor. Opposed? Motion is carried. So we go to 11.5, which is Public Health and Social Services Committee from Tuesday, February 14, 2023. Councillor Morocco, would you move the motion? And Councillor Keokio, would you second the motion to put it on the floor? Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Encina.
Thank you, Chair. I'm referring to 11.5, minute item 5.1, COM C-14, 2023.
Okay.
Item number 5 is listed as decriminalization of all drugs in Canada. I understand the point. We're declaring an emergency. I understand that. It's the will of council, and I agree with that, okay. But I think by decriminalizing all drugs in Canada, for this council to approve that, is moving one step out of our zone. It's one step past where we should be. And like I say, if council wishes to declare a state of emergency, so be the case. But I can't, in good conscience, say that I agree that we should decriminalize all drugs in Canada. I look at the area that I represent, and I really do not believe that that would be the sentiment of the people that I represent. And in saying that, I would like to have, if I could, the amendment that number 5 be taken out, that the regional chair be directed to send correspondence at all with regards to decriminalization of all drugs in Canada.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Seconder is going to be Councillor Foster. Speakers. The clerk will tell us again, to be precise, what we will be voting on if that motion is now before us, and I'll have Councillor Houston wishing to speak as well.
Thank you, Chair.
Before you do, Councillor Houston, I'm just going to get the clerk to put it on the screen so we see very clearly what Councillor Encina has moved and Councillor Foster has seconded. And then I'll ask you to speak after that, if you would. I think it's very straightforward, mind you. And the clerk is typing. That the motion be amended to remove clause 5 as follows. It would read it differently then, that the regional chair be directed to send correspondence to Federal Minister of Justice and Attorney General David Lametti, and Federal Minister of Health Jean-Yves Duclos, reaffirming Regional Council's October 22, 2020 motion, urging the federal government to convene a task force to explore the legal regulation and decriminalization of all drugs in Canada. So you can see this is different from the previous, and I'm now going to ask Councillor Houston to speak.
Oh, sorry. So, Chair, you can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Okay, I just have a question, and I might have a friendly amendment. I believe item 7 was added to the motion in the meeting in terms of the Niagara region declaring homelessness as a federal humanitarian crisis. And I'm wondering if perhaps, I believe this was Councillor Kiokio's motion, if he could speak to why.
Apologies. Point of order, are we not speaking to the amendment first?
Sorry,
Chair,
point of order again?
I would imagine we're speaking to the amendment first, and then if we're going back and amending other things, then we do that after we've spoken to this.
Did you hear that, Councillor Houston? I think we want to deal with the amendment first and then go back to.
I'm bringing it up because I was going to ask if, depending on the answer to the question, I was going to ask if number 7 could also be added as a friendly amendment to this, and we consider both of them at the same time. But if you think that's out of order, we could deal with it separately.
Clerk?
Through you, Chair. Thank you. Councillor Houston, they want to remove this clause from the motion.
I understand that, and I'm thinking the same thing for clause 7, but I wanted to get feedback first before I suggested that. So, Clerk, do you recommend that I wait until after this is dealt with, or is it appropriate to deal with it now?
Clerk?
Through you, Chair, I would wait until we deal with this one first, and then put that amendment on the floor.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. We'll look forward to that, Councillor Houston. Others speaking to the amendment that we have before us is Councillor Campion.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I don't really have a problem with this clause, only because if it wasn't really as the mover identify, it's not what we're saying do it. What we're saying is explore the legal regulation and decriminalization. So I'm always in favor of exploring anything that might be helpful for us. Doesn't mean I'm going to support it. I'd like to see what that task force exploration comes back with and see if they have reasons why I should support it or not. If I don't hear the pluses and minuses of it, I have no way of making a determination if I'm in favor of it. So I'm in favor of getting more information on that through this part of the amendment. So I won't support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bateman.
Thank you, Chair Bradley. And through you, I think that I am in favor of keeping it. I'm in favor of keeping it as it is entirely. We debated this for over 3 hours, and Councillor Encina was present. And I think to Councillor Encina's point, excuse me, the thought that the people in the community he represents wouldn't be in support of this is really exactly why we need to be in support of point number 5. We want to destigmatize. We want people to talk about it. We want people to, I have I don't mean to get personal, but I had a friend who I didn't know was a user who died less than 2 months ago. I really, really wish that I knew. And we talk about it. I spoke about it with him all the time. So I would encourage my colleagues to keep this in there. Again, we're just exploring it. We're asking them to do the work. We can speak to why it needs to be in there, but we need to speak openly about it. We need to remove bias. We need to talk to our medical professionals about this. If we want to save lives, this is the way to do it. So remove any bias, keep it in there, and please vote in support of the motion in its entirety. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Yip.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I also cannot vote in favor of this amendment. We know through evidence that the vast majority of people who use drugs use them to cope with trauma that they have experienced. No one who has a perfect life wakes up one day and says, I'm going to start using drugs. It's just not what happens. To the points that were made by the 2 speakers before me, this isn't a call to decriminalize all drugs in Canada, although I think that is where we should go. It is a call to the feds to convene a task force to explore the legal regulation and decriminalization of all drugs. And while it may not be in our mandate to discuss legal regulation and decriminalization here at Regional Council, these are matters that impact community services that we offer, public health services that we offer. And so it is important for us to call on other levels of government to do what's necessary to assist us in providing those programs and services. So again, I will be voting against this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Gale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this might be shocking, but I totally agree with Councillor Ip and Councillor Bateman and Councillor Campion on this. And I don't mean to belittle their conversation, but I agree with them on this. We're not saying that make it legal. We're not saying that decriminalize it, but to study it on this. When I was a young police officer 100 years ago, you thought you could arrest everything. You would make everything right, and all the bad should go to jail, and all the good walk the streets. Then you realize education is everything. The more mature you get, education is everything on it, why you shouldn't be there. Otherwise, we'd be filling our prisons like the States and that. So I fully support this for them to study it. I'm not saying I believe it should be totally legal. I believe it should be a ticket or something for something like this, but that's my thought without any study on it. But I agree that this should stay in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gale. Any further discussion? If not, you have the amendment duly moved and seconded before you. And looking at the screen, I don't see any other further speakers, so I will say all in favor of the amendment? And opposed? Clerk informs me the amendment has been defeated. As we go along the minutes, Councillor Houston, you indicated you had a further amendment that you thought would be reasonable. So I'll ask you, Councillor Houston, now to bring that forward.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, maybe I'll just start with a question for, I believe this is Councillor Kiokio's motion. Clause 7, the Niagara Region through its Public Health and Social Services Committee declare homelessness as a federal humanitarian crisis. I'm reading this as we're making a federal declaration. I have to ask, why is this clause in there?
Anyone want to answer that? Councillor Kiokio.
Mr. Chair, it was a friendly amendment by, and I'm not sure which councillor brought it forward. Councillor Bateman, and it was a friendly amendment which was accepted. So we thought.
So it wasn't in your original motion, but
it wasn't in the original motion. No. No, it wasn't. It was Councillor Bateman that brought it forward, and it was a friendly amendment, and we accepted it, and it was just carried through the motion. It wasn't in the original motion.
Councillor Bateman.
Thank you. My apologies. It was requested by Delegate Stephen Seuss, who has been advocating for the state of emergency. He asked for it, and I asked that it be a friendly amendment, to which Chair Kiokio of the committee agreed.
Okay, I'll go back to Councillor Houston. She's received a response to her question. Go ahead,
Mr. Chair, just to let Councillor use.
I'll get Councillor Kiokio again.
There was I mean, once the friendly amendment took place, there was no other discussion on the matter, and it seemed like it was okay with the committee to move forward with it.
Thank you. Councillor Houston.
Thank you, Chair. Just I don't have a problem with any of this. I realize this is a different direction than the last term of council took. I'm happy to hear everything that was discussed. I'm really happy to hear the conversation infused by some of the delegates and their lived experiences. I do have an issue with item 7, just because I think it's way outside of our lane to be declaring making a federal declaration. And being on the FCM board, I certainly couldn't support, one of our municipalities kind of, I don't know what to call it, jumping the rails and just skipping the whole process of going through and making sure that things are represented with the federal government in an appropriate way. I know homelessness is being discussed through the Big City Mayor's Caucus quite significantly, and have been addressed with the federal government. I'm actually going to ask that this specific clause be amended to be struck, just because I don't think it's appropriate for us to be making a federal declaration.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Yip is going to second that motion. And Councillor Foster speaking. No, okay. Anyone wish to speak to that? We've had the Councillor Houston speak, and been duly moved and second. Anybody? Councillor Gale.
And Mr. Chair, what's the downside of having this in there? How does it hurt us?
Well, that's.
I'm asking you to anybody that wants to answer.
I don't have an answer to that question, but I'll ask perhaps Councillor Houston why it would be a downside to having that in.
Well, I would say that, as a member of FCM who delegates on behalf of municipalities with the federal government, it would be appropriate to recommend something with respect to homelessness for them to consider and weigh amongst other municipalities in Canada and gather consensus on what is an appropriate direction. But for us, for the Niagara region to make a federal declaration, I just think is not, it's a little out in left field.
Okay.
So thank you for that. So Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Continue,
What?
yes.
Okay, so we had a speaker here, Alicia, who said people want to be heard. I think it shows a sign to homelessness, if they hear what we're doing here, that we care, that we are bringing this to the forefront. I don't think this hurts us at all. If we have to kick a butt of a provincial or federal minister over something like this, then put it in. If I'm offending somebody in the feds about having something like this in there, too bad on this. I support having this left in there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bateman is next.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Bradley. Councillor Houston is making a very convincing argument. I do understand where she's coming from. But at the end of the day, we need, and we sat and spoke about this for hours, about how we need buy-in from every single level of government, and whatever they can do to draw attention to this, to create awareness around this, to change policy around this, is what we need to do. So that is why I supported Stephen's request to add this as a friendly amendment, and I was grateful for that the person who drafted this was also in agreement. So I won't support this amendment. I'm happy to keep it in there, but again, I can entirely appreciate where Councillor Houston is coming from. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Redekop.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the comments made by the delegate, and I certainly appreciate the efforts that Stephen Seuss has made to raise the profile of this issue. I happen to think that this particular resolution may send a signal that we're listening, but that's all that it does. It really doesn't do anything other than that. And in fact, the delegate, I think, suggested that we didn't need to pony up money to deal with this issue. I tend to disagree with that. And it's not just the federal government. There's a provincial government that also has responsibility for this area. So I tend to agree with Councillor Houston, because I think this is a nice symbolic 2 lines in a large resolution, and maybe it sounds like we're doing something, but are we going to do anything? Are we just going to pass this resolution and say, well, we've declared a federal humanitarian crisis, and now this is, I mean, what does that mean? What does it even mean? I mean, first of all, if we're going to call a state of emergency, that would be the chair. Second of all, we can't call I mean, I don't know what a federal humanitarian crisis is. I don't know what a provincial humanitarian crisis is. I do know that this is a crisis. And I would think that we would be far better served, and the residents who are dealing with these issues would be far better served if we did more than put out platitudes and said, yeah, you know what, we're on board. This is a humanitarian crisis, instead of putting money into it and trying to maybe create the environment that will get municipalities to work together, get the provincial government and the federal government involved to really deal with the issue. I mean, it's pretty startling when you think that this is a country that's one of the wealthiest in the world, and we still have people that are homeless. I would rather attack that than pass a nice little 2-line resolution that, to my mind, doesn't accomplish very much, except to say that we're listening. And we are listening. But us listening doesn't really help the people off the street, except it'll maybe make them feel better. It's important for us to listen. It's even more important for us to act.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Easton.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I think that Councillor Houston is on the right track. It's not only the message, but also we need to assure that we have effective mechanisms. And I would be quite happy to just direct staff to bring us a report that would assist us with additional knowledge or some strategies whereby we can approach the issue of homelessness differently, not suggesting that we don't have that information already. But if we look at this 7 and the language, if we look at the language in 7, Mr. Chairman, I think I'm sorry. I'm not hearing what's going on. At any rate, I support Councillor Hewson, and I think that we can find other ways to address the matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Morocco is next.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say to this number 7 is that we're talking about public health and social services. I just want to tell you and just kind of go back, and maybe if we can just think of what the federal government has just done to the Niagara region. And I'm not being disrespectful to the fact that we've had 2,000 plus asylum seekers that have been put into our community. I want you to think about the impact that it's having on our social services. I want you to think about the fact that and the impact that it's having to our people that are already homeless, our own residents that are already suffering, that have been waiting for social services, that have been waiting for homes, that are on the street. And I'm not being disrespectful. You know, we open the door, but I have to say, the federal government has put the cart before the horse. They have not provided us with any funding to work with what's going to happen. And as our mayor alluded to last week, you know, we're now looking at what is there, 2,000 hotel rooms. So I should correct myself, 2,000 hotel rooms. There could be 2, 3, and 4 people in those rooms. Eventually, our hotels are going to get busy and they're going to have to be put somewhere. So we already have a huge list of people that are waiting for social services and for homes. This is a federal issue, and I truly believe that the feds have to listen. They have to provide us with funds. We're already begging the province to give us money that we're already short in, whether it's the ambulances that are, you know, waiting for the hospital to offload. We're talking about mental health where the province hasn't given us enough money for the last couple of years. We can't continue to do this without our help from our other levels of government. So we have to ask, and this has been asked by our community. Our citizens have said, would you please add this in? So thank you, Councillor Bateman, for taking and listening to the voice of the people that have asked to have this added in. I think that we just have to, and maybe it's not worded exactly the way it should be, but this is about humans. It's about humanity. It's about moving forward, and we can't not stop hearing them. So the more people that keep coming in, we can look at Quebec. Their premier is begging for help and to stop. And before we get to that point, we have to beg the federal government to step up to the plate and provide us with the funds to help us out. Our frontline workers are totally maxed. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Junkin is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to, I will not be voting for this. I think it should be left in. All you have to look at is what have we accomplished on the homelessness front in the last 5 or 10 years? Zero. The problem is getting worse. We have more and more people living on grates, living under overpasses. Anything we can do to bring awareness of this to the federal government, who just seems to be having a blind eye to the people that are already living here and to the situation, has got to be a good thing. So I'm not for taking this out. We haven't made any headway by what we've been doing. So it's time to get outside the box and go to other avenues. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zalepa is next.
Chair. Yeah, I just wish we wouldn't say we've done zero. You know, that's, I think we need to take a look at our services. There's been quite a good investment by the region in homelessness. Is it solved? Absolutely not. It's a humanitarian crisis, period. Federal, you know, whatever, is not, it shouldn't really, it's not a federal, it's a humanitarian crisis, period. Councillors are right. The federal government and the province need to get involved and start opening up their wallets. We can't deal with this as municipalities on our own. It's just not happening. But just to hear people say there's zero done, you need to take a better look at your programming, councillors, because that's not it's not fair to say that. So just get a little, yeah. So anyways, I just wish this wouldn't say federal. I don't know why it's federal. It's a humanitarian crisis, period. So I'll support the amendment. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Secord next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My problem with what I'm reading is the wording of it. I don't believe we as a region can declare a humanitarian crisis for the feds. What I do believe we can do is reword the second line, and I don't know who the mover was, and say that we urge the federal government to declare this humanitarian crisis. I don't mean to muddy the waters, but that's where I have a problem with this, because I think we need to, hit them on the head one more time and say, boys, we got a problem here. It's a federal problem. You need to declare this. And I think, I'm sorry, I don't want to ramble, but that's what we need to do. I don't like the way it's worded. I don't know who made the original motion to do this, but if it were reworded to say that we urge the federal government to declare a humanitarian process, I could vote in favor of it.
Chair, I'm actually okay with that because it actually initiates some type of action, which this does not. In fact, this makes a declaration on behalf of the federal government, so they don't need to act. So I'm actually good with Councillor Secord's suggested amendment.
So you wanted to remove the clause originally. I'm just filling in for Chair Bradley right now, but you wanted to remove the clause originally, and now you're happy with the amendment, so you're going to second the amendment. So you're withdrawing the motion to remove clause 7?
So if we could amend it to revise clause 7?
Is that? We'll get this on the board, and then we'll.
Does that work, Councillor Houston?
Yes. And I believe Councillor Yip seconded, so I have to check if she's still okay with this as a friendly amendment.
Councillor, are you okay with that? Councillor Secord, you're the one that suggested that originally. Are you good with that?
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder on that amendment. We'll open the floor to discussion on that amendment now. Councillor Kiokio, did you want to speak to that amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It wasn't originally no, but I will speak to it since my name's up there. I'm okay with this. I'm in favor of it. It's given direction. When it came to committee at the time, it was kind of a last minute thing that I took as a friendly amendment. But I think Councillor Houston is right. This is given direction to the federal government, so I'm okay with it. I just want to make clear to Mr. Chair what I know Councillor Junkin said that homelessness wasn't getting anywhere the last year or so. But I want to make clear that the Niagara region staff have done a great job doing their part of the service they've been providing in regards to homelessness. I think this council in that last term took it as a priority, and I think we did an awesome job doing it. It's just, and you know what, even the provincial government has contributed to homelessness. They provide us an enormous amount of money, like I think $1 million in the last little while. So you can't count them out either. They did do their part, but just what was happening is, even with everything, the great job that we were doing, the agencies and the monies that even was provided by the province, the numbers kept going up and going up and up. So that's why there's a concern there. So we need to deal with it. So I just want to make that clear that we have been doing a good job.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillors on both sides of this issue have made really good comments. And as they've been going back and forth, I came to realize that it was the language that was also bothering me. So I do thank Councillor Secord for bringing that up. And I certainly am much happier with the wording that's there now and would be in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else that wants to speak to the amendment? Councillor Rigby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There has been some indication that there has been a feeling that the federal government has not done anything to help in the homeless business. The fact is, I think we better check with our social service operations. And I know that there's an apartment building on Church Street that was quite well provided for by federal funding to help build that building. There are others throughout the community. The feds are doing work, and I know in housing, they've always been working with feds to find additional money. So, and I'm sure that's continuing. So I think we ought to be a little bit careful about who we say isn't doing anything. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Rigby. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. We're voting on the amendment now. All those in favor? What's that? Keep your hands up for a sec, please. Opposed? That is carried. And the chair is back, so I'll turn the floor back over to him. I almost got the meeting done.
Ugolini for chair. Okay. I'm going to call the vote on the motion as amended.
Chairs, can I
Go
speak
ahead,
to the?
go ahead, Councillor Houston.
So now that we have direction to the federal government, can we also add referring this to FCM as well, please? That's friendly, I'm assuming.
We have the FCM as well as the question. I think that's probably friendly to allow the Federation of Canadian Municipalities.
If you're asking me, it's a friendly.
Councillor Yip.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I'm going to be speaking to the entire motion here. My concern about declaring a state of emergency or 3 states of emergency is that it doesn't actually do anything. There's no guarantee of additional funding or other resources, which is what we need. Our communities are not in these positions with homelessness, mental health, and addictions because we here at Regional Council don't care. And frankly, I take great exception to remarks that suggest that. We, along with partner agencies throughout Niagara and obviously with our staff doing the heavy lifting, have been doing all that we can to address these issues with the resources we have. If we're going to do more, we will have to increase the funding we already provide through property taxes. In the budget that's coming before us tonight, I don't know, an hour from now, hopefully only an hour from now.
Optimist.
In the budget that's coming before us this evening, we're already doing the following. $4 million from the levy is funding homelessness programming and supports. $1.15 million from the levy is funding the mental health budget. Other public health related funding related to mental health and addictions totals $560,000 plus $120,000 for EMS's mental health addictions and response team. So all of that I've just noted comes to a grand total of $5.8 million or just shy of 1.5% on the property tax levy. And we're doing all of that, which is not typical of other regions in the province, because we care, because we hear those who work on the front lines and live these experiences, because we are doing the best that we can with what we have. I'm very concerned that making these declarations will result in nothing more than empty platitudes. Declaring states of emergency sends a message to the public that something will happen. In this case, it's simply a feel-good public relations move, and I'm not here for that. I'm here for meaningful, actionable work. I'm here to advocate for actual funding and resources that will assist with these issues. The bulk of the motion that's before us does that. It lays out clear and specific needs and deliverables. If we declare these states of emergency and the province continues to ignore us, we need the public to understand that what we've done and have been doing is everything that we can do. I don't want to give people the impression that declaring states of emergency actually means something. I don't want to give them a sense of false hope, and then when nothing happens, they blame us for the lack of results when there were no results to be had from such a move. In addition to the advocacy work that I've been doing for years through employers, including the YWCA Niagara region, Out Niagara and Jillian's Place, volunteer work, including with Start Me Up Niagara, Out of the Cold, and Quest Community Health Center, and at this council. And you all know this, even while some of you continue to make remarks about no one at these tables having experienced any of these things while we make decisions about these issues. I have lived experience with homelessness, poverty, and mental health needs. My sister had experienced living in shelter at the YW, accessing live-in drug rehabilitation programs, and she died as a result of mental health needs and addictions. Declarations of states of emergency would not have helped either of us. The clear and direct action items that are outlined in the rest of the motion, if actually acted upon by the provincial and federal governments, are what would have helped. I can vote in favor of every part of this motion except for the first and seventh resolutions. So when we vote, I would ask that those two items be separated from the rest of the motion to be voted on separately. Thank you.
And such a request is always in order to allow them to be voted separately, and we will do so. I will now go to Councillor Foster.
Yes, thank you, Chair Bradley. First of all, I also want to make a correction that in some stuff that I was hearing earlier, and that was from Councillor Yip with regards to this particular council making a sort of a differing view than the previous council that we had. I can tell you, for those of you that weren't here, that it's very clear that the previous council was very much in sync with what it is that's going on. We took a differing tact when we actually had that particular point in time, and we didn't declare an emergency declaration, and for a wide variety of reasons. And in fact, we probably argued and discussed it even longer than what we've done this particular term so far. So let's be clear, we've been consistent on moving along in all of these particular files.
I apologize for interrupting the councillor. I just want to be clear. I did not make any remarks of the sort.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councillor Foster.
Normally you would. Anyway,
Councillor Foster.
Here's the thing with this. We actually have a public health crisis that's going on, okay? And we all know, and we're skirting around this entire issue. We heard it from the police when they were in talking to us about the mental health issues that they're walking into with our police services. We're hearing it from our EMS staff that are having all sorts of problems trying to make this healthcare system work. We're hearing problems at our hospitals, not being able to keep up with the volume of people that are coming in and through our hospitals as we're dealing with things. We got doctor shortages all over the place. We have, we just have a whole sequence of things that really truly are a public health crisis. I'm not going to argue about declaring an emergency declaration. Committee argued that out, fine. There's an emergency declaration that will be going on with that. But it's a public health crisis. And so whatever platitudes that we're doing with that, we have to know and understand and move forward as a council to make sure that we are putting in place those services and we are spending the monies that we need to spend in these areas. And I'm looking forward to seeing all of those councillors voting in favor to actually vote in favor when we get down to these situations. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bateman is next.
Thank you, Chair Badley. Through you, we keep using the word platitudes, and I don't see any of this as that. I can completely respect where Councillor Yip is coming from, and I think her comments are well thought out, and she's gracious enough to let us know and let our region know that they are well thought out, because she has such lived experience in many of these. So from my perspective, state of emergency, we declare, we decide what that means. For me, it means that every time we talk about this, it is emergent. It is somebody, I think it was, I'm sorry, maybe it was Councillor Encina, talking about people living under bridges. I see that. I live just off of Glendale. I see it all day long. It is heartbreaking to me, and I feel like paralyzed that I can't do anything about it. So from me as a councillor, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call my MPPs, I'm going to write letters, I'm going to continue to engage the public. Every single time an issue comes up that we can make a change, I'm going to vote in support of it. If it's going to help somebody, I'm going to, have public commitment. If I can volunteer time, I will absolutely do that. I will find the best place for me to volunteer that time. I will speak to my local area municipal councillors and ask them what they can do and what they can support it. This is not, a state of emergency does mean something. It means what this council is taking it as is something that we are going to commit to it every single day, because it is emergent. So that is what I'm going to do. That is why I am in such support of this. I respect the fact that they're going to be separated, and I'm going to vote on the whole thing with as much passion as I can. So thank you for your time, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Junkin is next.
Thank you, Chair. Just before I go any further, I'd just like to state that I have complete faith in the Niagara Health System and the people that work in Niagara Health at the region. I just want to say that for everyone, when I listen to the other councillors almost saying that, well, we've done something and we're improving. Well, okay, yeah, we're improving, but we're about a foot off the ground, and we got to go about 30 feet more. We've got a long way to go. Now, to the motion as a whole, I remember this individual that brought this to council to the lower tiers, as it were, probably 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago now. And I believe, and I could be wrong, if I'm wrong, I'm only out by a number, but 12 out of 13 of the lower tier governments passed unanimously the desire to have the region declare a state of emergency. That's a lot of grassroots people representing their constituents that wanted this to be done. So, and when it did come to regional council at the time, I thought that it was, and I know this is going to offend some people, I thought it was quite a slap in the face to all the lower tier governments, to all the lower tier councils that had unanimously requested a state of emergency to be declared in the region, and regional council said, well, sorry, we had 32 people, and of those 32 people, I don't know, I forget what the vote was, but that was more or less to tell the lower municipalities that, sorry, we don't care about you and your constituents. We're going to do what we think is right at this level. So that was, I just want to mention that like I say, 12 out of 13 lower tiers asked the region to do this. Myself, I'm going to vote for everything on this amendment, on this motion. The fact that I believe that if we do declare an emergency, that there's a very good chance that we're going to get more provincial money. Is that maybe it's not set in stone, maybe we won't, but if there's one chance that we could get more provincial funding because we have declared our region to have a mental health emergency, well, why wouldn't we do it? It befuddles me as to why it's such a hang up for some people not to want to vote this way. That's enough. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cisco is next.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to speak relatively briefly to this. I said a lot at the committee meeting last week. While I understand the concerns about the symbolic nature of Clause 1 and Clause 7, I'll repeat what I said at committee. I think that this motion is a marker. And so I'm going to be requesting a recorded vote when the time comes, Chair, because I think it's important. It's been mentioned by a couple of councillors. I believe Councillor Foster said this. It's important if people are voting in favor of this and identifying these items, homelessness, mental health, opioid addictions, as deserving of a declaration of emergency, then when the time comes to vote for additional dollars from the levy to pay for the solutions that we know exist, and I think we have to wrap our heads around that idea that those solutions are likely going to have to be paid for off of the levy. As much as I would love to believe that this declaration might unlock a pot of money, and I've seen enough in my 13 years on council that simply making a statement is not necessarily going to mean any additional dollars come here. There's no guarantee. There's no reason to believe that it will. When the time comes to vote with levy dollars, I hope that all the councillors would vote in favor of this, declaring these states of emergency, vote with those dollars to try and fund the solutions necessary to end those states of emergency. So I'll vote in favor of this, and as I said, I'll request a recorded vote because it's important for the community to see who supports this concept, but then who also supports putting the dollars behind fixing the problem when the time comes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Valala is next.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I'm proud to say that I will be supporting this motion 100%. I want to thank Stephen Seuss for his years of advocacy for this program, or for this motion, and we appreciate it. And I also would be remiss if I didn't mention Mayor Bilsma, previous Mayor Bilsma, and his dedication and devotion to this also. Taking my humanitarian hat off just for 1 second, I also think about the public safety aspect. I've had a few of the gas stations, petrol stations, that have had some issues, been robbed. So it's escalating. It's going beyond just the humanitarian aspect of this. It's now becoming, at least in Welland, somewhat of a public safety issue. So it is imperative that we acknowledge it. I think everyone here knows this is a crisis. It's a crisis all over. It's a crisis all over North America. I don't think anyone here can deny that if you turn the news on, that this is a crisis, and it's getting worse and worse by the day. Do we have the answers? In reference to my colleague, Mayor Cisco, I'm not one for throwing money after money after money into something that I'm not seeing much of a change happening, unfortunately. It's going to take a redirection. And again, I'm not an expert on that redirection. I don't think anybody has found the answer to it, and we're certainly not going to find the answer here at Council. But what this does for me, and I commend my colleague, Councillor Bateman, I'm the same way. I'm constantly emailing and texting and whatever provincial or federal person that I know with just my thoughts and my ideas. I'm constantly advocating for different approaches to this. I have my own thoughts that I do share with them, and hope to see those kinds of things come to fruition in the future. And that's what this is about. This is about me, about the council, committing to making this a very important issue, top of the agenda for them. And that doesn't mean just around this table. That means that we advocate to our provincial and our federal partners. And I can say, in all honesty, I do that once a week. So I will continue to do that. And as I said, I'm going to be supporting this motion. And again, Stephen, thank you so much. I know you've been through so much, and you've been strong, and we appreciate it. And we believe in you. Okay? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Davies is next.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be relatively brief here. We hear a lot about the symbolism of this, but progress is is incremental, and a declaration of emergency reflects some of the realities that we have here in the region. I'm not as hung up on the symbolism of it, whether there is dollars coming in today. It gets the conversation started today. But we still have a lot of work to do here in Niagara. I've spent the last few days talking to stakeholders, particularly in the mental health sector. I want to thank regional staff for setting aside time for me to talk about the issues. And at the committee, I said clearly that we need to, if we take this emergency and turn it into actionable progress, there are things that we need to pay attention to in Niagara. We need to broaden the Niagara Ontario Health team to include people that are elected. Now that team is made up of stakeholders, and those stakeholders provide us with reports, but you know what happens to reports? We get inundated with reports. We need to be involved at the committee level and have a voice at the table. We need at least one more ACT team in Niagara, and that would help an additional 90 people. Pathstone needs additional support. We need to fix the inequity that is taking place at the staffing level between agencies. There's a lot of, I wouldn't say overlap, but there's a huge difference in how people especially in the social services and support are paid. So people are moving from agency to agency because there's such a problem of equity, and this is a funding issue from the provincial government. But after today, this is where it starts, and I'm not convinced that it means immediately that we start looking at levy charges to pay for this. We can create efficiencies, and we can create a broader conversation in Niagara if we are prepared to step up and do this. All of these issues on this motion are important for us to consider, but we need as a council to be more involved in that, and I hope that starts today. So I urge all council to support this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Morocco is next.
Thank you, Chair. The way I look at the state of emergency declaration is that I have to now tell the other levels of government, we have no more money. There's no more money that we can take from our taxpayers right here. And as some of our councillors have already pointed out, we are giving a lot of money. We are supporting programs. We are supporting so many social service programs. Public health is stepped up. We are just beyond the point of trying to help anymore. And I think that's where we just have to look. It's not about if it doesn't happen and being symbolic. It's basically we have done things and we will continue to do things, but we need to continue that support from the federal and provincial levels of government. That's what I think is so important about making sure that we support this motion. We need their help. We have no more dollars. We can't continue to have people like Stephen and the other people that came in and the delegations to come and tell us. They're begging us. Their hearts are pouring out to say, please help us. That's what we're elected to do. And I have to just say I'm passionate about the fact and being a part of community health centers and seeing people in the street and the outreach that we need to do, talking to the public health and our social services people that are here, they're maxed. There's no more dollars. It's broken. It's so broken. It is an emergency and it needs to be acted now. So the message is that we can't tell the taxpayers we need more money. We need to tell the province and the feds. That's the state of emergency. So I will be supporting it, and I beg of you all to support it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kiokio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly love where this debate's going this evening. I mean, this is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see us talk about it, and this is a start. This is exactly what I wanted to see. And now that if we can move this evening, I'm hoping, they talk about expectation. I'm hoping that the provincial and feds will listen to what we had to say this evening. And I'm sure they're going to get wind of it. And I'm proud of this council this evening, and I know it hasn't passed yet, but I'm certainly proud where we've gotten to this point. I want to thank the people that have come here, Leash Marshall for her presentation, Stephen Seuss for all the work that he's done, and even all the agencies that came at the committee to talk about it. And I've had numerous of calls in the last couple of weeks. Like, the phone just hasn't stopped ringing for me, and they'll know that if we pass this evening, that we're listening. At least that we're listening, as Leisha stated in her presentation. It's not I mean, it is about funding, but we're showing that we are listening to the people, and we're trying, you know. And you know, some people may think that, well, we're not going to get any money out of this. At least we're trying, and we're starting at this. But there's some great dialogue. I know I had people that have called me that want to provide me with so much information on where the gaps are, and there's, you know, different agencies saying this, you know, we need this, we need that. We pull everything together, we can make it happen. It's just, you know, bringing everybody together is what my goal was. You know, I talk about partners. Partners, I'm talking about the province, the region, the municipalities, the federal government. We all need to come together, because they may not see it so much at the provincial, federal level, but it's going to come. It's going. You can just see it by the numbers. There's not one person in this room that doesn't think that this is not a problem. I know everybody in this room knows that it's a concern. So those are my words. I thank council, and I'd be happier this evening to hear the dialogue that's taking place.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Encina.
Thank you, Chair. I will try and keep my words short, because I think I said quite a bit at public health. There is no doubt that this is a crisis. There is no denying that, whether it be homeless, mental health, or drug addiction. But I go back to what Councillor Yip had said. By invoking a emergency declaration, it's been used as per policy that it's all of a sudden it starts the wheel rolling as if something were finite. There's an end date to this, or approximate end date. There isn't. So it's the will of council whether we talk about tonight, whether we declare it an emergency. But, you know, councillors, other councillors stated that other communities have declared this state of emergency. Okay, what has happened? What has been done since that time? And I think it happened last year. This was brought forward, was it not? What has transpired? And that's one of the questions I have for you. You know, well, they correct me if I'm wrong, and I'll ask Commissioner Jugli, that when people are housed, a lot of those issues that we're dealing with after that seem to be lessened. So your drug addictions, your mental health issues, all lessen when you have someplace to live. So absolutely. Have we been trying? Has this council and has the previous council been working on that? Absolutely. Check the records. We spent more money. And now, this council is going to see a housing master plan. So I will be asking, when it comes to the floor, when you're going to be asked for umpteen $1 million to house people, which directly affects everything else, you better say yes, because if you're going to vote for this, you better say yes for everything else regarding housing, because that's the building block. So, Chair, I'm not going to go any further. Thank you for that. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rigby is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I look at this list, and I certainly don't disagree with any of them. I struggle with it because it is a big order that we're putting in place. And when you have big orders, you better have some system. You're going to be able to step up and provide for it. And that does not have to mean money. It does mean working with others that come forward. And if we think back about 2.5, 3 years ago, somebody had that lame brain idea of having a Canada Games. And what they said was, we will use volunteers. Well, they had between 3,000 and 4,000 volunteers over a 2-week period, not just this past summer, sorry. And to me, that's what we have to call on. And I'm not making a motion here, but we might want to consider a department of volunteers and someone to organize them, help us, help places and put them in place. We can't, this committee here cannot do all of that, and neither can our staff. So when we're considering this, I think we need to be looking, okay, our next is how we reach out and make sure that we can respond to what we are just going to put in place. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to say that.
Thank you, Councillor Rigby. We have had a very thorough and good discussion of this matter. We have a
that was your fault.
Motion before us there that now therefore be it resolved, and then it was going to be voted on separately. The clerk will indicate what we're voting on because it's separated. So clerk, I'll turn it over to you.
Through the chair, a recorded vote was also requested, so we'll take the vote on clause 1 and 7 right now. Councillor Bateman.
In support.
Councillor Campion. Councillor Kiokio.
In favor.
Councillor Crater. Councillor Davies.
In favor.
Councillor Diodati.
In favor?
Councillor Easton.
Support.
Councillor Foster.
Support.
Councillor Gale.
In favor.
Councillor Ganan.
Support.
Councillor Grant.
In favor.
Councillor Hewson.
Support.
Councillor Encina.
No.
Councillor Yip.
Opposed?
Councillor Jordan.
In favor.
Councillor Junkin.
In favor.
Councillor Kaiser.
In favor.
Councillor Morocco.
In favor.
Councillor Redicott.
Yes.
Councillor Rigby. Councillor Seaborn.
In favor.
Councillor Secord.
In favor.
Councillor Cisco.
In favor.
Councillor Sorrento.
In favor.
Councillor Steele.
Yes.
Councillor Ugolini.
In favor.
Councillor Villela.
In favor.
Councillor Whalen.
In favor.
Councillor Zalepa.
In favor.
That is carried. I'll call the vote on the remainder.
Sorry, Chair, if you don't mind, sorry, it's Councillor Campion.
Yes, Councillor
Yes,
Campion?
sorry. I voted electronically, but I couldn't get my mic on. I have it on
Okay.
now. I was in favor.
Very good. Thank you for clarifying that for us.
Thank you. And I'll call the vote on the remaining clauses. Councillor Bateman.
In favor.
Councillor Campion.
In favor.
Councillor Kiokio.
In favor.
Councillor Crater.
In favor.
Councillor Davies.
In favor.
Councillor Diodati.
In favor.
Councillor Easton.
Support.
Councillor Foster.
Support.
Councillor Gale.
Support.
Councillor Ganan.
Support.
Councillor Grant.
In favor.
Councillor Hewson.
Support.
Councillor Encina.
No.
Councillor Yip.
In favor?
Councillor Jordan.
In favor.
Councillor Junkin.
In favor.
Councillor Kaiser.
In favor.
Councillor Morocco.
In favor.
Councillor Redicott.
Yes.
Councillor Rigby.
Yes.
Councillor Seaborn.
In favor.
Councillor Secord.
In favor.
Councillor Cisco.
In favor.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Steele.
Yes.
Councillor Ugolini.
In favor.
Councillor Villela.
In favor.
Councillor Whalen.
In favor.
Councillor Zalepa.
Yes.
And that is carried, Chair.
Thank you. Now we'll be voting on the balance of the Public Health and Social Services Committee minutes from Tuesday, February 14, 2023. I guess there was no request there for a record vote, so I'll ask all in favor to vote with your hand up if you're in favor, and green light on the screen if you're in favor. And opposed? Motion is carried. That now moves us to 11.6, the Corporate Services Committee minutes of Wednesday, February 15, 2023. Councillor Foster, would you be prepared to move the motion?
Indeed.
Councillor Whalen, second.
So move, Mr. Chair.
Any discussion? There being no discussion, I will ask you to vote. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. The next is the Planning and Economic Development Committee minutes of Wednesday, February 15, 2023. Councillor Hewson, would you be prepared to move them?
Yes, I will.
And Councillor Davies, would you be prepared to second?
Absolutely.
Okay, any discussion? There being no discussion, I will ask you to vote. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. The next one is a Budget Review Committee of the Whole, minutes from Thursday, February 16, 2023. Councillor Redekop, would you move the motion? Councillor Whalen, would you second the motion to put
So
on the
move,
floor?
Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Discussion. Councillor Diodati, you are first.
Sorry. Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I would like to lift item 5.2 from the minutes, Chair.
Yes.
And then once we get it called up, I'd like to speak to it if I could.
Yes, you may. The clerk will have it on the screen, and Councillor Diodati will be first to speak. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Diodati.
Thank you, Chair. Last week at our budget meeting, I know there was a lot of confusion when we were voting at one point. You know, we had some double negatives, and you know, if you voted for something, you were actually voting against something. It was very confusing. And after the fact, I realized here in the chamber that many people voted the opposite of what they thought they voted, as well as people that were zooming in from home. So I'm asking that we can maybe, we can lift it, and that the 1.2 million in DC grant reduction incentives be added back into the budget, Chair, because I think that the majority of people think that's what they originally were voting for. So I would request that that be put on the floor, and that we, I believe, do all we can to support industry in Niagara. You know, I often say we need to mine for the miners. We need to incentivize the industrial companies to expand and to grow, because quite often they're the better paying jobs, the better benefits, the ones that are here for the long haul. And I don't think everybody really appreciates the impact that our industry has in our community. So I would move that, Chair, and hopefully we can have a more easy to understand dialogue when we do come to vote. Thank you, Chair.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Sorrento is seconding that. And Councillor Valella will be the next speaker then.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. And this is just clarification to the email that was sent by Commissioner Harrison with regards to the funded projects. And I had asked the question with regards to have they begun, or all the yeses began. Could you just clarify to me what begun means? Does that mean there's
Point of order, are we
am I
speaking
not-
to the amendment?
Oh, sorry, what? We're
If you're
speaking to the DC.
Speaking the amendment right now.
I will take back what I just said.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back to you though. That's a legitimate question. And speaking to the amendment, Councillor Sorrento. Oh, I saw your name on the screen, sorry.
Sorry, Chair, strike that. That was for something else. So
Councillor
thank you.
Campion.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to agree with Councillor Diodati. It was very confusing. I had anticipated when I saw the zero, we're not taking any money away. So I appreciate him pulling this, and I will be fully supportive of the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cisco.
Thank you, Chair. I will also be supporting Councillor Diodati, and in reaching out to St. Catharines staff, our team STC, the Economic Development Department, has been promoting this program to our industrial community. I know that there are several businesses who've actually factored this into their growth plans already for the upcoming year. So I would ask council to reconsider this and to put it back in, not technically reconsider it, but put these dollars back into the budget. It is an important part of the incentivization process that we're using with the industrial sector. And you know, if businesses are looking at this and have already factored it into their growth plans, I think we have to keep it in for now. You know, this previously approved money, or at least previously approved set of incentives, I think needs to remain.
Thank you. Councillor Easton.
Mr. Chairman, I also checked with our staff today, and we have a number of extremely valuable smaller manufacturing consortiums that are coming into Lincoln, and they're getting ready for the second phase. We also have a number that are coming on board near the end of the year and also 2 years out. We don't want to lose any of these. I think this all of these projects are quite fragile under the current circumstances, so I'll certainly be, I'm encouraged to support a clear and completely unconfused motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Foster is next.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Bradley. So, I want to thank Councillor Diodati for bringing this back on the floor. And, you know, a lot of us think that we're really smart, and unfortunately, when that was going on, I really do think there was a significant misunderstanding of what was going on. And you know, we have gone through and we had a major debate last year on these things, and you know, even though we weren't completely happy when it was all said and done, there's sunset clauses and there's everything else that has been built in as we're moving along with these things, and to have it sort of snapped out the way it wasn't appropriate. So I'll be supporting the motion brought forward.
Thank you. Councillor Encina is next.
Bless you. Through you, Chair, I will be short. First, I do believe that there was clarity when it came to this, because it was through the chair. I asked the questions, and I believe the chair clarified this when we talked about it. So one of my issues is that we're going to give development DC grants to people who are already going to build, whether they get a grant or not. And I would rather see that 1.2 million go into housing, go into social services, go into mental health. That's what I would suggest. So when it comes to the 1.2, the province is already looking after a lot of the developers that are already going on. So we're going to give them more. That's the way I look at it. The province has already said we've made not deals, but we've already come across and said we're going to give grants and do everything else, but now we're going to give more. I have an issue with that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hewson is next.
Thank you, Chair. I totally agree with this as well. We did have a huge debate on this last term, and the irony of all of this is we did also have the Industrial Association come and present at Economic Development and Planning last week and talk about how important the partnerships are between their organization, the businesses, and the region. So I think this was a mistake. I'd like to see the funds back in, but I do just want some clarification. Is this an estimate of the grants we're expecting, similar to what was done or what was budgeted for the agricultural grants?
Commissioner?
Yes.
Okay, so this number could fluctuate either way in that if we didn't see a lot of applications, it could be lower, or if we see an influx, it actually could be higher.
The estimate is based on the last few years' actuals, so, but you're correct, it could vary depending on what type of activity this year occurs.
Okay, I appreciate that. I just want to make sure that council was clear on that, but I wholeheartedly support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ugolini.
Through you, Chair. Previously, it was said by Councillor Houston and Councillor Diodati, and we had a long discussion on this and the importance of this program last term, and I don't know how many hours we spent on it. And this is an important program. We're trying to bring industry into Niagara, and one thing about driving industry is we're providing jobs. And the single most important thing we can do is to provide a job to somebody. And I think that this small token pays big dividends in the long run. So I'll be supporting that this gets put back in. I didn't support taking it out last time. I voted the right way. So I'll be voting the right way again. Thank you.
Councillor Rigby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I voted the right way as well, but however, having said that, if I may ask Finance, in the final reduction of taxes, am I?
No, you're right.
Okay.
I'm nodding yes, you have the floor.
Okay. Are we, did we show that 1.7, the revised budget item, was that shown as being taken out so to meet that 7.2 number, or was it shown as being in?
So,
Commissioner?
yes, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Councillor, for that question. So the impact of adding this expense back into the budget effectively is a 0.3 increase. So it goes, if this was the only change, it would go from 7.29 to effectively 7.59.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this, but a few things. If we ever decide to consider stopping this, I think we have to give a few years' notice for the liability factor or whatever that businesses are investing in this, possibly thinking they're going to get a grant. And a previous councillor said that there's provincial grants out there for stuff like this. Not for the little guys, not for the little people on Queen Street, Niagara Falls, and St. Paul Street, and St. Catharines. That maybe for the people that are hiring 500 people or that, but there's no provincial grants on that, let alone they don't apply. I've found out in the past for this. They're hoping for this, and this only helps our communities. So I think that everybody should support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bateman.
Through you, Chair, to the Commissioner, if this was put in as something that we could take out and we could remove from the levy, I would assume that the liability question was answered in a private meeting with staff. Does that make sense?
Commissioner?
I saw your furrowed brow. Does that make sense?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand the question.
So Councillor Gale said that if we took it out, or perhaps we didn't give a couple of years' notice, and I'm paraphrasing Councillor Gale, that we could be liable. Was that risk considered?
I'm not clear that there is that risk. These decisions, you know, already right now the provincial government automatically gives a 20% reduction. That's due to the changes in the DC calculations because of Bill 23. I don't believe there is any liability if we were not to take that out. You certainly, I think, as the councillors have indicated, some businesses have planned for this, and it is available and it is part of it. But as far as a legal liability, I don't believe there would be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillor? I think it would be Councillor Valala has her hand up, I see. Okay.
Through you, Chair, to Commissioner Harrison. Can you indulge me, I guess, and just give me an example of a scenario of where this 1.2 million would impact a business? Can you give me an idea? I'm trying to get an idea of where this money gets spent.
So it's a development charge exemption. So basically, well, where does the money get spent? It's an expense of the region because we are giving money to a developer that incurs the development charge expense. That's how the money is spent.
Through you, to developers.
It's to industrial. Okay. It's an industrial for development that's industrial in nature that meets the requirements. They would get a reduction in their DC and we would have to fund it. That's what the whole discussion about development charge exemptions has been about.
And with the new bill, through you, Mr. Chair, with the new bill.
So with the new bill, they automatically get 20% reduction.
That they never got before, Commissioner Harrison? Is that new?
Because we had a policy that we funded 100%, they would. So this is automatic. We were asked during the budget discussions, and I know that council has had a lot of discussion on ways to reduce the levy. This was an option that was provided as an option to council that it's a discretionary exemption in nature, and so we provided that as an option to council. It seems kind of evident that council's a little bit concerned with the decision that they made last week in regards to the final budget deliberations.
To you, Mr. Chair, I can't speak for anyone else, but I remember asking Councilor Kyoko, what did I just do? Like, what did I just vote on? Yes, no, to the no, to the yes. Like, it was a very confusing situation. So I do agree. So I don't even remember how I voted, to be honest. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I think it was helpful. By the way, I think when we're making any changes, Councillor Rigby asked the appropriate question, because if we're adding or subtracting, we should know what that's doing to the levy. Because we heard a lot of people who say they were very concerned about how high it was at 7.29, and now we're moving, and it goes up. And maybe some people moving things, they'll make it go down. So I think it's useful for our Commissioner of Finance to let us know if there's any further amendments, how that would impact the levy. So I thank Councillor Rigby for asking that question. He was wondering why I was nodding at him. It's a good question to ask. We have before us a motion that the $1.2 million in DC grant reductions be added back into the budget. It was duly moved and seconded. Moved by Councillor Diodati, seconded by Councillor Sorrento. And any further discussion? If not, sorry, we have recorded vote is requested. Thank you very much. And I'll ask the clerk to conduct a recorded vote.
Councillor Bateman.
No.
Councillor Campion.
Yes.
Councillor Kyokyo.
Yes.
Councillor Crater.
Support.
Councillor Davies.
Yes.
Councillor Diodati.
In favor?
Councillor Easton.
Support.
Councillor Foster.
Support.
Councillor Gale.
Yes.
Councillor Ganan.
Yes.
Councillor Grant.
No.
Councillor Hewson.
Support.
Councillor Encina.
No.
Councillor Yip.
Opposed?
Councillor Jordan.
Opposed.
Councillor Junkin.
Support.
Councillor Kaiser.
Opposed.
Councillor Morocco.
Support.
Councillor Redicott.
Yes.
Councillor Rigby.
Yes.
Councillor Seaborn.
No.
Councillor Secord.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Steele.
Yes.
Councillor Ugolini.
Yes.
Councillor Villela.
No.
Councillor Whalen.
Yes.
Councillor Zalepa.
No.
That's carried, Chair.
The motion is carried. Any further discussion of the minutes of Thursday, February 16, 2023 of the Budget Review Committee? Okay, why don't you want us to deal with this motion first? Okay, oh yeah, it's okay. Well, okay, Clark? Any further discussion? There's a huge motion there. Councillor Gale.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I believe you already had a list going before that, but I'll speak to it.
Just going
So,
to the clerk on that and
do you want me to continue, Madam Clerk, or was there a list going before that? Okay. So I was going to make a motion, but I'm not going to make a motion now. I got a chance to speak on that. So through you, Mr. Chair, I asked the Commissioner of Finance, on the list you had with quarter three, there were no, and the list that have been sent to us in emails a few hours ago on that, there were no prioritized projects on that list at all, was there?
Yes, there were. The listing that I sent this afternoon had two folders, one funded projects, which is your capital budget, and unfunded projects, which were projects that were deferred. The top of the list is the highest ranked project, and going right down to the bottom of the list are projects. I would hesitate, again, that is our capital project, capital budget, which again is all projects. So they include water, wastewater projects, waste management projects, levy funded projects, Niagara Regional Police, NRH. And so I think it's a challenge to just say to reduce the capital budget by X amount and have the impact that you are intending, simply because a reduction in the capital budget would not result in any type of levy reduction.
And I'll agree with you, except for the last comment that a capital reduction wouldn't have a levy reduction, because if you did lower it by 10 or 15 million dollars, if you found that there were non-priority items there, they would reduce the capital budget, correct?
No, they wouldn't be. It would reduce the capital budget. However, if you look at the information I sent, and as well as the discussion that we had the night of the capital budget, we deferred $82 million worth of work. We those are all the priority ones. Our departments and the Niagara Regional Police and the NRH all submitted capital projects to be evaluated internally. The listing that is funded represents the highest priority. The other ones fell by the wayside and deferred until next year to be considered along with anything else that might come up. I struggle when we've had lots of discussion in regards to capital projects and the need for capital reinvestment, that you would consider reducing the capital budget. We have, as levy-funded projects, we have approximately 47% of the assets, which is about $3.5 billion in replacement costs, in poor or worse condition. I totally understand council's angst in raising the levy. Myself and Director Furtado, as finance people, have that angst. However, the capital budget, I don't support reducing that, and I don't believe that you would have the impact that you would have. And in fact, you would be deferring it to next year, and those projects would be more expensive next year.
So thank you for that. So through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Commissioner, are you feeling that we shouldn't have the time to look at this priority list? You just got it to us a couple hours ago on the priority list, correct?
The priority list was already established in the capital budget. Those projects that were put forward were the highest ranking projects. The deferred list, and again, we did talk at length about the number of projects that were deferred that was identified. Again, that listing that I provided you today is the summary by the departments. Again, Everything that's in the capital budget needs to be done this year.
And in this list, through you, Mr. Chair, and in this list that you provided to us, the projects that have not been started, or you're saying that every one has been started, and there's no way of backing out any non-priority projects. Is that your suggestion?
So the list I sent today had to do with the 2023 capital budget evaluation, which is called CAMRA. That's the system we have for evaluating projects. The list that was in the Q3 report that we previously published and provided is a list of projects that have already been approved in a previous year's capital budget, and it shows the status of which they are. As I indicated in the email I sent, the projects that are uninitiated or not started relate primarily to big initiatives of this council. The South Niagara Falls wastewater treatment plant, the GO station in Grimsby, the EMS hub. Those are three that I can think of that make up the bulk of it. The bulk of the projects that are uninitiated relate to the South Niagara Falls treatment plant.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'll stand down. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sorrento is next.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I'm just looking to the clerk or one of the commissioners. I'm just looking for direction and the appropriate timing with regard to the procedural question that I sent. Is this the time for me to be mentioning that, clerk?
I think so. Go ahead, Councillor Sorrento.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I wanted to lift an item, and again, through you to the clerk, I believe it's CSD 16, is it item 8.1? Is that the one through you, Chair, to the clerk? Okay. And I just want to speak to it very quickly. This was specifically for the grant to purchase additional lands to the NPCA, $250,000. So I'm not looking to make an amendment. I'm not looking to change anybody's mind because council has already voted on this twice. However, I cannot support it, and I will not support it. And if you just heard, which we all have, the conversations that we've had within the last 3 hours, to my way of thinking, that $250,000 can go elsewhere. Now, that being said, specifically with relating to this, I'm not saying that, we should never, I don't want to use a double negative, but forgive me, never not fund land acquisition. I'm just saying on this budget night. So I have to vote against it. So I'm just asking it to be split out. Council can do what it wants. I've got a funny feeling that since they've already voted on it twice, that they're going to pass it. That's fine. I just can't support it. So procedurally, I think I can do that. And so I'd like to do that. And I also have one more question. Is this the time that we're also making summary comments to the budget? Okay, so through you, I'll look for direction if we can just split that out.
Go ahead.
Okay, so are we going to split that out right now, or when are we going to do that, Chair?
We
Through
will,
you to the,
we will do it when we come to the vote. We'll split that out.
okay.
But you want to make some
Just some summary
Summary
comments, some
comments.
very quick comments, and forgive me, I don't have my glasses, and thank you, Councilor Rigby, for the glasses, but they're making it worse. Okay, glad someone laughed. Okay, I just want to thank some people, Chair, so through you to everybody and anybody who's listening. So thank you to the Police Services Board. And I know we have a lot of people to thank, or I have a lot of people to thank for that that surplus $1.1 million that I guess they transferred to us. And if I didn't state it properly, I think you get the gist of what I want to say. Thank you to Public Health and for hiring those, I think, 13 internationally trained nurses. Is that correct? Through you, Chair, to the Commissioner, Dr. Hergy? Is that correct? Commissioner, yeah, no, that's fantastic. I was very pleased to see that funding has gone to ambulance services. I believe 2.5 ambulances, of which I presume is going to be 3. All the additional staff that we have hired throughout the various programs. Now, with regard to Bill 23, I know it's costing us some money right now, but I'm going to go out on a limb right now. I'm going to predict that within the future, I've got a feeling that the provincial government will pony up some money to help defray those costs. So those are just my own personal thoughts, Chair. And, you know, there will remain to be seen whether or not that's borne out. And I'd like to thank one more program that's very important to me, in addition to all the other programs, was the physician recruitment program. That's a fantastic program. I know at some point in time I'm going to follow up with that staffer because I do have a personal stories as to how it's affected people's lives in a very, very positive way and how important it is. And so then second last thank you to our staff and all the hard work that they've done. And then I just want to give a shout out to Budget Chair Wayne Redicop. So throughout all of the deliberations, it's a tough job. It's complicated. It's a tremendous amount of work. It's intense reading. It's very academic. It's very scholarly. And so, again, that's almost like, you know, double duty, triple duty. So thank you, Chair, and thank you to everybody else. And that's all that I got.
Thank you, Councillor Sorrento. Any further comments? If not, we're going to get down to doing some voting here, and the clerk is, I think, is going to split something off, so I'll ask her to do that.
Through you, Chair. So based on Councillor Sorrento's request, I would suggest we call the vote on Clause 8B, which is the budget related to the agencies, boards, and commissions.
Okay, we'll have the vote on that now. All in favor of that budget?
So that's to remove it, Chair.
Or do you
clarification.
want me to do his motion? Do you have a seconder for that motion?
So sorry, through you, Chair. You're not changing anything,
want a
right?
motion,
You just
you
want to
just wanna
vote on
vote on
it
it.
separately.
That's correct.
That's
So
okay.
that's what we're doing. We're
Yeah.
just voting on Clause 8B of the motion on the screen.
Yeah.
So number 8, agencies, boards, and commissions, for a total amount of $188 million. We're going to call the question on that.
Okay.
Clarification, please, Chair and Clerk. So if we vote yes, that means take it out. Or no? I'm getting confused. I want
No,
to
if
be
you-
clear
if
because
you
I don't.
vote yes, it's staying in.
Okay, all
And
right.
if you vote no,
Okay,
you're
okay.
not happy it's
all
staying
right,
in.
all
How's
right.
that?
This gets a little tricky. So okay.
Okay. No,
So we
that's
know where I'm. Okay.
quite all
all
right. Always good to get clarification. Okay, ready to vote? All in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. Now the remaining clauses. We're voting on the remaining clauses.
Can I request a
Did
recorded
you want
vote?
to?
Recorded vote, please.
And it's requested to record vote by Councillor Foster. That's always in order. So we'll have a recorded vote.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Bateman.
Support.
Councillor Campion.
No.
Councillor Kiokio.
No.
Councillor Crater. Councillor Davies.
Support.
Councillor Diodati.
Opposed.
Councillor Easton.
Support.
Councillor Foster.
Yes.
Councillor Gale.
No.
Councillor Ganan.
Support.
Councillor Grant.
No.
Councillor Hewson.
Support.
Councillor Encina.
Yes.
Councillor Yett.
In favor?
Councillor Jordan.
In favor.
Councillor Junkin.
No.
Councillor Kaiser.
Support.
Councillor Morocco.
No.
Councillor Redicott.
Yes.
Councillor Rigby.
Yes.
Councillor Seaborn.
Support.
Councillor Secord.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Support, and I think Councillor Diodati might have made a mistake.
Back to Councillor Diodati. Did we miss you?
No, my apologies. I meant to say support.
Okay.
And I'd like to thank Councillor Cisco for doing that.
Councillor Diodati said support. Okay, thank you. Keep going, Clerk.
Councillor Sorrento.
Glad to know I'm not the only one, Chair. Yes, support.
Councillor Steele.
Yes.
Councillor Ugolini.
Support.
Councillor Villela.
No.
Councillor Whalen.
Yes.
Councillor Zalepa.
Yes.
That is carried, Chair.
Motion is carried. Now the balance of the minutes from the budget meeting. is what we're voting on next, the balance of the minutes from the budget meeting. And no one wants to speak on that, so I will ask you to vote now on the budget of the balance of the minutes of the budget meeting of February 16th. All in favor, please raise your hand or vote electronically. Opposed? The motion is carried. And now we go to the Chief Administrative Officer's reports, Niagara Week. So, Ron, that'll be yours. Oh, okay, he's designated it to Daryl. Okay, Daryl, go ahead.
Yeah, so through you, Chair, before you tonight is a report outlining our plans in regard to Niagara Week. You were, for the returning council, you will recall that in January of 2020, before the pandemic, we had brought some work forward to council for their consideration about reviving the Niagara Week advocacy efforts that was derailed due to the pandemic. And so this is us returning to that. I'm aware that many councillors have brought up Niagara Week and opportunities for advocacy in the last several meetings. And so this is the report that outlines that. And so I'm happy to take any questions based on the report.
Any questions? Councilor Ugolini.
But what are the exact dates?
Yeah, so through you, Chair, to the Mayor, the dates will be starting on May 15th, 16th, and 17th. The 15th, which is the Monday night, there will be a reception that all of council is invited and encouraged to attend. And we're working with the minister's offices as well as MPP Oosterhoff to secure the actual delegations while we're up there. But they'll be the 15th, 16th, and 17th.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions before we ask for a motion? Councilor Villala.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to Daryl. Daryl, we've done one previous to this one. Did we ever?
So through the chair, this was a common practice prior to the 2014 term. So they had done these for years and years leading up until then. Between 2014 and 2018, they took a break from doing the Niagara Week efforts. We were going to revive it starting in 2020, and then COVID happened. So we're drawing on, it's probably been about 10 years since we've done one of these.
And through you, Mr. Chair, what was the positive outcomes or the success with turnout of MPPs at these events?
Yeah, so through the chair, there's kind of two components to it. The one component is the reception, which takes place kind of in a large common area. That's an opportunity for Niagara to showcase itself. In the past and this year, we partner with Chambers of Commerce and some businesses come up. We serve Niagara wine. There'll be some Niagara food. It's an opportunity for MPPs, their staff, potentially the Premier to come down and kind of mingle. Potentially the more productive part of it is the ministerial meetings. So when you go to AMO, you're given 15 minutes. It's a speed dating. It's a quick hit and they move on. These meetings, because we're in Toronto and we're working directly with the minister's offices, we might be able to secure 30 minutes, 45 minutes, maybe as much as an hour of direct advocacy where we're working more directly. In terms of productive outcomes, it depends on the year. I know that in, I guess, probably 2013, 2014 and around there, council at the time was very focused on GO and bringing the GO trains, and that was their main issue. I think Mayor Diodati can speak to some of those efforts and kind of focusing on a smaller number of advocacy topics. So yeah, there is definitely benefits to doing this type of government relations work.
To you, Mr. Chair, just my final question. Will we be going there collaboratively? So in advance, will we know as a group what the focus is going to be, or are we going to be all over the map?
Yeah, so through the chair, the report outlines kind of our main, what we're seeing as our main topics right now. So the 4 that we're looking at were based on kind of strict criteria when we're going up. So what we're proposing is that we're going with topics that are aligned with provincial priorities. They'll help the ministers achieve their mandates. They have actionable solutions. They're supported by MPP Oosterhoff. There's an expectation that they're going to be aligned with Council's forthcoming strategic plan, as well as to the best of our ability, we're trying to make these Niagara-specific issues. So the 4 we're looking at right now are going to be the South Niagara Falls Wastewater Treatment Plant, which is pretty much without exception one of the largest, most supported issues in talking with councillors. The Consolidated Housing Master Plan, which has been spoken about numerous times tonight. EMS offload delays, the 2 components there being reimbursement for the levy dollars that we've been put into that, as well as trying to find a more sustainable longer-term solution. And then finally, seeking support from the provincial government to renew the municipal modernization program. So council will recall that in 2019, when the provincial government concluded their governance review, they moved out with the municipal modernization program, which provided funding to municipalities to look at shared services or ways to do things more efficiently. What we're suggesting or advocating for is that the province bring that program or a similar program back, where there's a larger focus on 2-tier governance, and helping us secure the funds to kind of do those shared services.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, one last question.
Right.
Since we have now made this huge statement about state of emergency for homelessness and mental illness and addiction, would this not be one of the opportunities to bring that to the forefront? If we're sitting in front of the ministers at that time, if we're really putting our money where our mouth is, I guess I would consider that to be a priority. Is that something you would consider?
Well, I mean, through the chair, I think these priorities and what we bring forward is the will of council. So if it's the will of council for us to add that to the list, it's something we would definitely consider. I do think that the issues of housing, homelessness, mental health, as well as things like Bill 23, they'll be woven throughout these issues where appropriate. But yeah, we serve at the will of council, and if that's the will of council, I'm happy to include those in our advocacy topics.
I'm not sure what the next step is on that. Do I make a motion for that, or
why don't we take that as direction?
direction?
Sure. In light of tonight's debates and discussion, sure. I can answer a bit to the Councillor Valala's very good questions. Having been there in another capacity, Niagara was very, very effective in its, not only in the one aspect of it, the individual meetings with ministers, parliamentary assistants, and the civil service, but also in the general reception, where the largest number of MPPs always showed up for that one, and they buttonholed them at that time and shared a few things with them. So some of you know the individual MPPs, some don't, but they're all very approachable, and Niagara always put on its very best face at that particular. If I were rating the receptions at Queen's Park, I would have rated Niagara's first, and that's not just based on parochial loyalty; it's based on objectivity.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I've heard rave reviews about Niagara.
Thank you. Jim, Councillor Diodati.
Thank you, Chair. So I am going to speak in favor, and I am going to support the Niagara Week. But I do appreciate the question from Councillor Villela about outcomes. And part of the reason that we stopped was the first year was great. It was huge success. Everybody came out. We had a reception. We had Niagara College did the food. We had some wines from Niagara. It was great. But with each year, it had waning success unless people came. And the other thing is, if everything's a priority, nothing's a priority. So we would go there with 12 asks and get 0. And that happened a number of years. And then finally we got smart. We said, you know, why don't we narrow down our focus? So that's what I appreciate about the report here. It's a narrowed down focus. And that year, Daryl's exactly right. We went in with one ask. Said like we pointed wedge, and it opened the door. We said all we want is GO Train. And we knew it was a massive ask, and we'd already been told, no, it's not going to happen. You're not going to get it. I remember when we were sitting in the room with the Minister of Transportation, they said, we got bad news for you. You're not getting it. And we persisted, and, well, we were there for the announcement in St. Catharines that we did, in fact, get it. So I think that's the main thing, is that every time they say Niagara, we win, and every time we take our issues from the back burner to the front burner, we're more successful. The key is keep it as tight and sharp as possible. That's the key. So I thought that was a great question, and hey, we'll be there to support the cause and roll the boat. Thank you, Chair.
Good, thank you. So that we can have both questions and comments at the same time, why don't we get the motion on the floor, and then you can both comment and ask questions, and it saves us time from going through 2 different processes. So moved by Councillor Rigby that the report, and seconded by Councillor Ugolini, that report CAO 3-2023 dated February 23, 2023, respecting Niagara Week 2023 be received for information. So we've got it to duly moved in second. So now you can both ask questions and make comments. I was letting you do both anyway, but that's okay. Next is going to be Councillor Kaiser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate the question that was asked by Councillor Villela. Certainly look forward perhaps to further discussion, not necessarily tonight, in terms of what the focus is, because I think Councillor Diodati raises a good point that there should be some laser focus. So as a council, I think that we have some work to do to set our priorities. And I had planned on bringing this up under notice of motion, but I think it's appropriate to comment now as well, because the sort of the subject of the report does reference what will potentially be addressed or spoken about at Queen's Park for Niagara Week. And my notice of motion is going to particular, I'm hoping you'll accept that tonight as a notice when we get to that part of the agenda. We'll be speaking to the importance of the grape and wine industry to Niagara, and really to, quite frankly, sort of I'd say a crisis in terms of the growth of VQA wine sales in Ontario. And we recently received a letter from a joint letter from the OWG, Ontario Wine Growers, GGO, Grape Growers of Ontario, Ontario Craft Wineries. So in terms of speaking directly to this report, happy to receive it, but also want to just note that I look forward to discussions, because I will be, when I do craft the motion that I'll give notice of tonight, we'll be asking that we support the ask that's being suggested by those organizations from the region, and that be one of the agenda items in Niagara Week. So I just wanted to highlight that now, and hopefully the chair will accept my notice of motion after on the next item agenda.
Thank you, Councillor. And I do want to say as well that traditionally at the reception, at the very least, the grape growers and wineries are well represented there, and certainly tend to impress the members of the legislature, I can assure you of that. But I'll be looking forward to that notice of motion when it comes.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Foster is next.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Bradley, and either through to Daryl or perhaps to the CAO, there's a mention of a strategic plan. So, and I know we went through a process last term where we actually spent some time pulling things together. I felt it was a little rushed, but I think it's a process we need to go through. So perhaps to the CAO, where are we going with this? Because I think
really, truly, it would be good to get down on paper, and then at least we're going to go, as Councillor Villela is saying, we're going to go knowing that, hey, these are our number one issues.
I'll start with that. We will be doing that and in the month of March, and Ron, as the CAO, will be very much involved in that as well. As a result of the individual meetings I had with all of you who are members of council, a lot of those ideas were forthcoming then, and that would be our plan, and that's most appropriate that we would try to get that done before we would make our representation. So excellent point, and it will be done.
If I can sort of add, it'd be nice to get this onto our schedules, because you know, a few of us are a little busy with a few things, so thank you.
And the CEO is going to add something to that.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question, because something was going to happen tomorrow, but this allows me a chance to give Council the heads up. You probably know that you have a committee of the whole scheduled for next Thursday in your calendars. We won't be ready to go by then, and we considered that actually a week ago, but didn't know if the budget was going to carry forward past this evening. But we are going to propose to have a committee of the whole on March 9th to have a facilitated discussion and echo back what both the chair and myself have heard through the interview process, and that'll be the beginning of that discussion. So a committee of the whole on March the 9th.
Thank you, Councillor Foster. Councillor Rigby is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm certainly pleased to see this be able to move this motion and go forward with the visitation to Queen's Park. One of the things that we will be missing is the talented Liberal representative for Niagara, for St. Catharines, won't be there. But perhaps we can still fall upon his knowledge of everyone and which calls to take in particular. But I know that we really have had some very successful times there, and it depends on how it's set. But there will be asks for some individuals to attend meetings with the member who's in charge of public works and other things of that nature, and be prepared to take it at the afternoon or the day or whatever it is, to be able to go and participate in not just the party, but the other things and meetings that will happen. I think it will certainly bode well for the future and get the message out. Whatever our choices are, and as Councillor Diodati has said, is that you have to keep it sharp and you have to keep it corrected and go forward. So, Mr. Chair, we'll miss you there in that position, but I'm sure we'll see you there.
I will be happy to participate, and I know there are many members of council who have connections with people from various backgrounds, and both in the legislature and the civil service, who will be able to make those contacts at that time as well. So we certainly want to see that happening, and we're fortunate around this table. We have people from a variety of backgrounds and affiliations, and I know they will all be able to make their appropriate connections at that time and be very helpful to Niagara. Councillor Crater is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hadn't planned on speaking, but I do want to share with Council. I remember the days when there was no Niagara this week. And I remember I really got along great with the regional chair, Peter Partington. I had great respect for. I remember one day we had a meeting and we were sitting talking, and I said to Peter, I said, do you know what Queen's Park thinks about the Niagara region? And he said, tell me. I said, they think you're dysfunctional down here. They think this is what happens up at Queen's Park, and you've been there, Jim, is one mayor will come in from expressing what he wants, another mayor will come in expressing what he wants, but they're opposite. They're not the same. And he said, that's the entire region. It works that way. And so we talked for a while, and I mentioned to him, we should be talking with you, but I suggested, why don't you get together and come up collectively as a group and have a one voice? We talk about this all the time. How do you get things accomplished with one voice? Mayor Jim is correct in what he said. In the end, it created Niagara this week. And I can think back of the number of things that were accomplished because of Niagara this week, because you went up there collectively as one voice. But you cannot go up there, and I've been there, you can't go up there with 20,000 things. You have to make that tough decisions that you can't always get everything that you happen to want for your community. But if it's for the benefit of the region as a whole, then you pick 4 or 5 things and you go up there with. And this is the reality of politics, folks. You really need Sam. You only have one representative from down here, from within this region, who's with the government in power. We were kind of blessed because you and I were up there, Jim, and we were just blessed to be there. So you really need to work closely with Sam. You need to get his support. You can't just say, we want you to do this. You've got to get him to come on board. So I just wanted to share with you, because Niagara this week is important. There was a lot of positive things that came out of it. But keep in mind, you can't ask for everything. It's just not going to work that way. You ask for everything, you'll get nothing. Thank you, Chair.
And Councillor, there are some great examples of everybody working together. Remember the Canada Games, when we bid on the Canada Games, and they brought everybody together and had rallies and so on. Go Transit was another. Remember the rally, Mayor Diodati in Niagara Falls, and bringing together. So we've had good experience with many times where we've gotten together as a group and been most successful when we're all on the same wavelength. And I think that can be done. And Mayor Diodati's suggestion is that you target it as, I think, a most strategic one as well. Thank you very much. We have a motion before us on the report. Duly moved and seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Motions or no motion? Notice of motion. And I think we had a notice of motion coming, and that was...
Oh, yes, thank you.
Go ahead, yes, go ahead.
Trying to find my...
Councillor Kaiser.
Thank you. So I'd like to make a notice of motion this evening. Respondents we received from the Ontario wine growers, Great Growers of Ontario and Ontario Craft Wineries in regards to provincial tax relief. Certainly, I can recall kind of fighting the good fight on behalf of the Ontario wine industry for at least the last 15 years. And it's something that is extremely important. Although it's a provincial tax issue, it's one that obviously affects the economic development of Niagara greatly, as we are home to really the only specialty crop area in Ontario. And certainly it's a very complicated issue, one that I plan to share more information about in terms of understanding how the taxation works in terms of wineries that produce VQA wines. And it's one that I think as a region, we need to get behind this industry. It provides many jobs and also supports agriculture. So I'll be bringing a motion forward to support the industry's ask to help them with the conversations. And as mentioned, hopefully we can include it in Niagara this Niagara week. And we'll also be including something in the motion about the potential for increasing market share at the LCBO for Ontario VQA wines, which of course include Niagara, much like they've done in British Columbia. So I look forward to having lots of discussions and hopefully moving forward with council's support on the support for the industry.
Thank you for alerting us to the motion upcoming, and we know we'll be receiving it from you, and we'll send it out as a notice of motion.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Before we go into closed session, are there any items of other business on? And the clerk is going to, okay, we've got Councillor Rigby. Thank you.
Sorry, yes, Mr. Chair. This relates to other business. We heard Councillor Gale questioning why the audit committee was not involved in this period of time. But he neglected to he left out one very important item that was not looked after. And that was very important to the audit committee, and that was the election of the chair and the vice chair. I just wanted to make sure everyone knows that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And we will make sure that at the March, or at the next meeting, which will be held, they will elect it. And Councillor Gale has promised us at the next meeting of all council, he's going to talk about the deliberation. So thank you very much, Councillor Rigby, very helpful to us. Councillor Gale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't know if this falls under a point of order or new business. Is there not a way that we can get these computers or screens in front of us so that we can vote yes or no on them again? Because it seems primitive to be raising our hands like we used to. I guess I put this through to the clerk.
I will go to the clerk, and that's a legitimate request. Clerk?
Through you, Chair, you can't do it on the screen, but you can certainly do it on the panel. And if that's something that council wants to do, we can certainly try that at the next meeting. So
I don't understand what you mean by panel.
the panel where you sign into the meeting, there's a vote button. When I open it, you can vote there. We'll just have to reconcile that with the people that are voting on Zoom.
Okay, I just think that, yes, I agree. Well, that's what I mean.
Yep.
The panel, vote yes, vote no. Because at home, they're voting yes or no. And I just think it's so primitive with us always hands. Plus, some people call for recorded votes when we could just have the usual green and red on the screen. So you're on it.
We're still working out the kinks with Zoom and in person, but
Will it be in my lifetime?
we'll try it next meeting.
Thank you very
How's
much.
that?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Houston.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question for staff. Last term, we approved, I think it was called the Socially Responsible Procurement Policy, and we were waiting for that to come back to corporate services. I'm wondering when we can expect to see that on the agenda.
I will go to the CAO on that, and he's going to go to the Commissioner of Finance.
Thanks, Chair. We would anticipate that would come back likely the April corporate services meeting to provide more of an update on what's the status of that.
Okay, thank you. And then one other question. We also had a presentation on human trafficking and the need for training across emergency response teams, including like firefighters. I think there was a request for costing a program like that. Did that ever come back to council?
CAO will point out to what staff members should answer. Commissioner Jaglet.
Through the chair, I'm going to have to go back and look at what the question was, because the training on human trafficking has been done quite significantly in the fire service. I think it was maybe for EMS, if I remember correctly. Do you recall which meeting that was at? I'm sorry.
There was a presentation, I believe it was Elizabeth Zimmerman, and because I reviewed it recently, and there was a request on pricing out a training program for first responders so they can better identify when there are victims in a scenario that they could help.
So if you
connect.
let Dr. Hergy and I'll take that away. I'm pretty sure that it was actually on the EMS side, not on the fire side, because fires had a fair bit of training because they actually have an opportunity because of sort of fire safety checks that they go into certain buildings that are at significant risk. So I know quite a bit of training has been done in that sector, but let me take it away because I think it was on the EMS side, but my colleague is looking at me like I have 4 heads, so I want to make sure that I go back and review it.
No, EMS makes sense because that's directly funded through our budget. So I appreciate that. Thank you. And that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Houston. We now get to the closed session items. If the minutes and other items were already adopted, these cannot be discussed, but we'll go to, I guess I asked the question, is there anyone who wishes to go into closed session?
Through you, Chair, Councillor Houston indicated she wanted to go in regarding the minutes, the closed session minutes from January 19th council meeting.
Are there any other requests to go into closed session for any of the items? Okay, we'll go in for that, that the clerk just mentioned. And so I need a motion to go into closed session. And that's Councillor Foster is moving it, Councillor Whalen seconding it. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. And we now go into closed session. I will read what I'm supposed to read when we go into closed session. Before we go into closed session, I will remind councillors that those who are participating electronically in the closed session must ensure that no other person is in the location from which they're taking part in the meeting, or that other persons cannot see or hear any of the confidential deliberations taking place. If this is not possible, you must withdraw from the meeting until it has reconvened in open session. So we've had the mover and seconder to go into it, and we're now clearing the chamber of any who should not be in the Clerk.
Through you, Chair, that is correct.
Okay, and if a counselor was to make comments in that meeting, regardless of what type of comments are made, they can be submitted and attached to the minutes and made part of the record?
Clerk.
Through you, Chair, it's been the practice of this council that if councillors have speaking notes they wish to be attached to the minutes, that they can request that.
Okay, and if the notes, if there's, oh, I'm trying to think how to phrase this now. If there's disagreement in terms of what was phrased, how would we contest that? Like if there's concern about some of the content not being accurate, how can we attach that to the minutes?
Clerk.
Through you, Chair, certainly council could bring forward a motion to oppose having those speaking notes included with the minutes.
Okay, then I'd like to request that speaking notes be removed from the record of the minutes, because we have backup materials that document the conversation in entirety within the clerk's office.
Okay, before you do anything, I have the clock in front of me, and we have to have a motion to go beyond 10:30. Moved by Councillor Foster, seconded by Councillor Ugolini, that we go beyond 10:30 to, is that to 11? To 11 o'clock? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Okay, now continue, Councillor.
I put forward the amendment.
Okay, the amendment is before us. That's closed. We're going to see it on the screen in a moment.
And I will second the amendment, and I just,
Councillor Yep is going to second the,
I want to be clear on procedure. If we run up against curfew, then this really just gets held over to the next meeting because it hasn't been decided. Is that correct?
Through you, Chair, the regional chair called the vote on extending carried, so we have
Oh,
till
did it
11
carry?
o'clock.
Oh, okay.
yeah, we go to 11. Up to 11. We don't have to go to 11. We go up to 11. Okay, Councillor Houston, again, I interrupted you to go past the curfew. Go ahead.
I put forward an amendment. And
And
Councillor Yip seconded it.
yeah, that's the closed minutes, CL 1-2023, being the closed session minutes of the Regional Council meeting held on Thursday, January 19, 2023, be adopted with the removal of the speaking notes. Anyone wish to speak to this? I see Councillor Houston, Councillor Kaiser, Councillor Yep, and Redekop, and Councillor Gale. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Kaiser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that, you know, the minutes are the minutes, and speaking notes are speaking notes. So I feel that if we insist on removing speaking notes, if it sounds like any councillor can submit speaking notes whenever they wish, if we're in council chambers, we're recorded speaking. It doesn't mean that everything we're saying is perhaps agreed upon, but that's, I think, what the role of speaking at council is. So I think I'm comfortable with them being included. If it's very clear that there are minutes and speaking notes, I think I'm comfortable with that as long as they're identified as such.
Thank you, Councillor Yip.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I am seconding the removal of the speaking notes because they are speaking notes, and if we were going to adopt a practice where every councillor could request to have their speaking notes included in the minutes, then those minutes would get quite lengthy. But the secondary, well, the primary issue, in fact, is that speaking notes are biased in their very nature. There are biased remarks against 3 councillors in those speaking notes. And it is not language that we would ever use in minutes, which are an objective record of what happened in the meeting.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Redekop.
Yes, in the clerk's mind, Chair, is there a distinction between speaking notes of a counselor and the notes of a delegate to council?
Clerk.
Through you, Chair, I'm not sure I know how to answer that. Councillor Redekop, I
Well,
apologize.
let me venture my opinion, if there is. We have a delegate that appears and provides comments to us. They're slanted. Obviously, they're a reflection of the views and opinions of the delegate. I get that. I think that's understood. I think that's clearly understood. These minutes aren't public minutes, these particular minutes that we're discussing. And I don't know that in the past we've attached councillors' speaking notes, have we, to minutes?
Clerk.
Through you, Chair, I can't think off the top of my head of any examples.
If I might, Chair, is there a policy reason that staff can provide as to why we would include councillor speaking notes to minutes at the request of the councillor?
Clerk.
Through you, Chair, there's no policy.
So if we were to follow what's occurred, any councillor that wishes to have their speaking notes appended to minutes of any meeting, of any committee, could theoretically request that, and that would be part of the minutes. Is that correct?
Through you, Chair, that would be correct unless council expressed it otherwise.
So if these were open minutes, there would be the video of the meeting. The minutes aren't a transcript, and appending these speaking notes really constitutes turning these minutes into a transcript. I'm not particularly supportive of that.
If notes are not attached, will they always be there? Can somebody come here a year from now and say what went on at that meeting, or 5 years from now?
Clerk.
Through you, Chair, if I understand your question correctly, those would be appended to the minutes, which are the official record of the meeting, so they would always be there.
So someone could always come to you and say, I heard a conversation back in 2019. At that, I want to refresh my memory that counselor or whoever is speaking in confidential, and you could pull that off.
Are you talking about the minutes, the physical minutes themselves, or a transcript?
The transcripts.
No. So the transcripts, we only keep as much as we have data room for. We don't keep them indefinitely. Their purpose, strictly, of recording the closed session of the meetings is in case of a closed meeting investigation. And that came out of the Ombudsman's report press pause when council directed staff to start recording the closed portions of the meeting.
So the point is, and in this case, it was me, but we're in public now, so I can't go on. If I wanted to have speaking notes attached that I said, or someone wanted to have speaking notes that they have for the record forever on this, especially if they can go back and say, vote on something or a conversation about it, there's not an ability to do that if council in their mind says, no, we don't want those attached.
Through you, Chair, that would be correct.
Okay, and if notes are wrong, I agree. If they can be proven wrong, I agree. But if they were said in this meeting, I see no harm with attaching that from anyone in here, if they wish to have it attached to it, their speaking notes to it. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zalepa.
Thank you, Chair. I think the clerk was clear that we don't have policy on it, but I'd like to ask a question. When policy is silent on it, what's our convention? Where do we go to? What's the next rule of thumb that we follow in our meeting process, clerk?
Clerk.
Through you, Chair. So it would be the will of council. As council will recall, the speaking notes were requested to be included with the minutes. Council did not express any opposition to that at the meeting on January 19th. Therefore, they were added.
All right, just further, thank you, clerk. So further to that, is there not a convention? Do we not look to Robert's rules or another is there any convention in those rules to permit this kind of, I guess, action?
Clerk.
Through you, Chair, our procedural authority is actually Bruneau's, and it is silent
Okay.
on this.
It's silent. Okay, thank you, Clerk. That's helpful. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Easton.
Mr. Chairman, I would have to turn to the Municipal Act and what it says in regards to how the minutes are taken by the clerk. And I don't, Madam Clerk, have the exact wording, but I believe it's something about documenting without comment, something like that. And so the point is that the outcome is what is really what we're interested in here. And when council comes to a majority decision, that is the outcome. It doesn't matter what our opinions are, and it doesn't matter what we had to say. We had a discussion, and this is what the collective determined would be the outcome. That's what matters. And, you know, I want to be able to rely on the majority of council decision without having that interfered with by anybody's opinion, including my own. And so I go back to the Municipal Act and how it directs the clerks who are responsible for the word, if you will. And I wouldn't add anything to that to confuse anyone at all. Once we voted, that is the end of it. And so I would not support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Campion.
Yeah, sorry, Chair, I just can't. My interpretation of what's supposed to be happening with minutes is it's almost a chronology of what happened during the meeting. The difficulty with in camera is we do not particularly have a lot of motions because we really can't be making a lot of motions in camera. So it makes it a little bit more difficult. But I really believe that the clerk is the person who takes the minutes. The clerk knows what they need to put in the minutes. We approve the minutes. I don't think it's up to any counselor, and you know, apologies to Councillor Gale, because I understand what he wants, but it's not up to council to say, well, we should have this in there as well, and then we should have that in there as well. The clerk knows what needs to be put in the minutes, and for us to try to influence, to add things to the minutes, our job is to say, are the minutes accurate or not when they're presented to us? And I forget who said this, but the opportunity was when we approved those minutes, you know, the question should have come up at that point. Well, why are these notes attached? And I really honestly can't remember going back there, but essentially you're not supposed to have a lot of detail in the minutes, because if we put all that kind of detail in the minutes of a regular council meeting, you would have the 300, 400 page minutes. So it's really just what happened. And I think I agree with Councillor Easton, is this is what happened at the meeting. That's it, not any other detail. And I can understand why somebody would want to have their comments in there, but I don't think it's appropriate because, you know, the clerk is saying, here's what happened during the meeting. If you look at our minutes for regular meeting, you don't see all the dialogue that's going on. And by adding notes, you're adding dialogue. And then somebody said, well, if I want to, my responses to that dialogue should be included as well. So that's not what minutes are all about. I'll leave it at that, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Foster.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate Councillor Campion and Councillor Easton. They're quite eloquent on what it is that they've said with this. And my first thinking on this is that it is inappropriate for us to be having commentary that's going on within it. The role of the clerk is to provide an objective view of what has happened and the actions that are be taken from within a meeting. So I'm in agreement that the speaking notes shouldn't be there. And, you know, at the very least is that, you know, there was, in all of these closed session meetings, there was lots of speaking that was going on. I mean, it just so happened that, you know, a counselor wrote them down and had them available, but there was lots of speaking notes that was going on. So where do we take it to? Anyway, I don't think they should be there. Thank you. And, and if I can add.
Oh, please go ahead.
Yeah, and we need to get this straightened out procedurally. And what a really good thing for our procedure committee to actually take on and deal with. So thank you.
What a great idea. Councillor Diodati.
Thank you, Chair. And I agree with what Councillor Foster just said. This is something we need to have a policy on in our procedural bylaw. But barring the fact that we don't have one at this time, and Bruno is silent on it, my feeling is when we accept a delegate's presentation, it's subjective. And if we made a direction of this council to accept them at that time, whether it's subjective or not, doesn't matter. We made the same decision. So my question through you, Chair, to the clerk is, would this be a reconsideration if we were to look at changing the decision this council already made?
Clerk.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I'm not sure what decision was already made that we're changing our mind on.
Well, through you, Chair, it was requested by the councillor that his speaking notes be included in the minutes. And I think by ratifying at the end of the meeting, our in-camera meeting, I believe that a decision would have been made, or at least implied. And so my question is, if we've accepted that, is that not going to put us in a position of reconsideration?
Through you, Chair, no, you wouldn't. You're adopting the minutes now as they come to the next meeting. It's up to you at this point whether or not you want to have the speaking notes added. It wasn't a formal motion made to have them added. It was just a request.
So last question, Chair. So when we rise and report and we ratify in camera at the council meeting at the time, that case, January the 19th, that wouldn't cement them in at that point and create this as a reconsideration? Thank you, Chair.
Through you, Chair, no. So you're ratifying the decisions. There wasn't a decision point on whether or not the minutes should be the speaking notes should be added to the minutes. So if you want to not include them, now is your opportunity as we actually formally adopt the minutes as the record of the meeting.
Okay, thank you. One thing I would mention from my personal experience, when I give a report to members of council, I have speaking notes in front of me. I don't always say what is in the speaking notes. So that's a challenge for me. I could hand the speaking notes in, and if that were recorded as it is in Congress or something, I think in the United States Congress, you can just submit your speech and don't even have to deliver it, which is different. But I'm just saying there's a difference between speaking notes and what was actually said sometimes. I can tell you that now from my speaking notes when I give my report. There's often a variation from what is actually in the notes. Just wanted to say that can happen. Hey, Councillor Ugolini is next.
Yeah.
Jim, you finish first?
I'll be quick.
Councillor Ugolini.
I wasn't at that meeting, so I won't vote on this because I wasn't at that meeting on the 19th. But the question I want to raise is, I believe that the clerk takes the minutes, and we have an opportunity when you approve the minutes under errors or omissions to, if you don't agree with something, to make an amendment at that time. That's the way I would do a procedure if I was looking at it and making a new procedure on that. That's the way I would look at it. The clerk takes the minutes, and then when we approve the minutes under errors or omissions, that's where you make any changes that you don't agree with in the minutes.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us, and there's something that might happen after the motion. There's a motion on the screen before us.
Yeah, recorded, Mr. Chair.
Yes, that says that closed minutes CL 1/2023 being the closed session minutes of the Regional Council meeting held on Thursday, January 19, 2023 be adopted with the removal of the speaking notes. And that we're going through what Councilor Ugolini mentioned now. You're going through the review of the notes. The second thing you may want after this is something somebody suggested about that the Procedural Affairs Committee be asked to review this. But somebody may want to make that motion after. But I have this motion before us now. We have been speaking to this motion, and Councillor Gale has asked for a recorded vote on this motion. And so I'll ask the clerk to conduct a recorded vote on the motion before you, that the minutes be adopted with the removal of the speaking notes.
Councillor Bateman.
In favor?
Councillor Campion.
In favor.
Counselor Kyokyo,
In favor.
Counselor Crater,
Opposed?
Counselor Davies,
In favor.
Counselor Diodati,
Opposed?
Counselor Easton,
Support.
Counselor Foster,
In favor.
Counselor Gale,
Opposed?
Counselor Ganan,
Support.
Counselor Grant,
Opposed?
Counselor Hewson,
Support.
Counselor Encina,
Support.
Counselor Yip,
In favor?
Counselor Jordan,
In favor.
Counselor Junkin,
Opposed?
Counselor Kaiser,
Opposed.
Counselor Morocco,
Opposed.
Counselor Redicott,
Yes.
Counselor Rigby,
Yes.
Counselor Seaborn,
Opposed.
Counselor Secord, Counselor Cisco,
Support.
Counselor Steele,
Yes.
Counselor Villella,
Opposed?
Counselor Whalen,
Opposed?
Counselor Zalepa.
Yes.
So Chair, I believe I still have the floor.
Well,
The motion is carried.
motion is carried. You have something further to say now, Councillor Hewson?
Yes, just based on the dialogue, I'd like to refer the matter as an item for discussion to the procedural bylaw committee. And also, if it's considered to allow speaking notes to be included, that they also consider having them provided in advance of the meeting for councillors to consider with the agenda.
Is that a motion?
It's a request for the procedural bylaw committee
Okay.
to review the
Somebody
item.
wish to move that this matter be taken up by the procedural. Okay, it's taken as direction. The clerk's taken as direction. It will be on the agenda, a future agenda of procedural affairs, and I will clarify the policy for us. Thank you very much. We now go to bylaws, and I will ask for a mover and seconder for the bylaws, but the clerk has something first.
Through you, Chair. So just based on the changes to Report CSD 16, Bill 2023-18, the total number in that bill is now changing to be $444,447,090. We'll make that change.
Okay, that's a result of what council decided at this meeting. So would someone like to move and second the
I'll move it.
bylaws?
I'll move it,
Councillor
Chair.
Redicott and Councillor Zalepa. Councillor Redicott has moved the bylaws, seconded by Councillor Zalepa. Any discussion of the bylaws?
Chair, if we could, sorry, Chair.
Yes, please go ahead, Councillor Campion.
Yeah, thank you. If you could vote separately on 16, 17, and 18, please.
That request is always in order, and we will vote separately on 16, 17, and 18.
And Chair, I'd like to have a recorded vote on all of those, please.
Okay, and Councillor Hewson, your name's still on the screen. Are you still, you wish to?
Yes, Chair, just for clarification, the clerk gave a number, but is the levy percentage, I think I worked out 7.59. Is that the correct number?
Yes, Commissioner Harrison.
Through your chair, it actually worked out to 7.58.
Oh, whoa.
7.
I'm going to be thankful for that point.
Good thing you asked.
Yes, thank you. And can I ask staff to also send us a revised number in terms of the average assessed value? Please don't calculate it right now, but if you could follow up with an email in terms of average assessed value and what that calculates for the average homeowner in terms of the increase, please.
I'll take that as direction.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll vote on the bylaws, and there's been a request by Councillor Campion that they be separated, and that in each of these, Councillor Campion, you would like a recorded vote?
Yeah, just on the first three, please.
On each of the first three, okay. So ask the clerk to conduct a recorded vote on 18, well, let's do them separately. 18.1,
So it's Bill 16.
Bill 16, okay.
So given Councillor Gale's suggestion, we'll go ahead and try the voting buttons. Yes, so those in the chamber, I'm going to open the vote. So if you want to press yes, and those on Zoom, you can also vote.
If your button won't work, put up your hand.
Vote is open. Just for 16.
Number 16. All in favor?
I already did it.
If you don't think your button's working, be sure to put your hand up. I see Councillor Sinner's got his hand up. Getting help from Councillor Diodati.
Okay.
Motion is carried.
That is correct.
Very good.
Okay, now we have, yes,
It won't, but you can see them on the side of your screen, I hope. And then in the minutes, it'll actually say how they voted.
Yep, I can
Yeah,
see
so
So-
you can see it there.
what Councillor Gale has suggested allows us to have a recorded vote by the voting we do on the machine. The clerk's explaining.
Okay, so we'll vote on Bill 17. I'll open the vote.
Go ahead and vote. Work.
Regional council.
Motion is carried.
Okay.
See the results on the screen? Motion is carried. Now Bill 18.
And now Bill 18,
Bill
vote is
18.
open.
Voting is open for Bill 18. The motion is carried. And now from 19 to 23, can we do those? Anyone want in those separate? No? Okay, would you now vote on numbers 19 to 23? There's not been a request for recorded vote. So but as Bob has suggested, we can all vote on our machines now. So go ahead and vote for or against 18.4 to 18.8. We're voting on those now.
Okay.
So point of order, Chair, I think the clerk turned on the voting system before we were ready to vote, so it timed out at a certain point.
All right, I'm going to open the vote now.
Okay, she's going.
On the remaining bills, 19 through 23.
Mr. Chair, you should explain that to the people. If they choose not to vote, it comes up as a no.
Oh, okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gale pointed out if you do not vote, it comes up as a no on the screen. Yeah. So those who do not choose to vote should sign up. Motion carried? Is that it? So there being no further business to conduct, before we leave, thank you very much for your deliberations this evening. As always, most delightful. And to Chair Ugolini, who took over for a certain period of time. Good job. The meeting is adjourned.